Hello, family. Okay, so today is day two of the Women's Empowerment Conference. I hope you guys had a really good time yesterday. I know that we had technical difficulties, so keep your fingers and your toes crossed that we do not encounter that today. In the building, my first panelist this afternoon grew up in Detroit, Michigan, to a loving family. Her oldest sister, whom I also knew, helped shape both of our foundations because she was definitely a pillar in her community. This young lady is a mom to a beautiful daughter named Riley, who is in her third year in medical school. She's a loving wife, and she loves her community as well. She attended Wayne State University for 4 years with a BS in electrical engineering, and then she went back to school and received additional degrees in engineering, which she'll fill you in on all of that, right? Because there's so much to speak about, um, so much to say about this young lady and her work portfolio. However, currently she works at General Motors and has been there for 23 years. I'm super excited to have her here today. Trace, you ready?
I'm ready. I'm
All right,
ready.
take it away. Take it away.
All right. Good morning, ladies. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. It's Sunday, so I thought I'd kind of start off
Amen.
with a blessing here. So I
Amen.
am Tracy Bagley Reed, as Carla has mentioned to you, and I want to just thank you all for being here, and my best sister friend from high school, Carla, for inviting
Amen.
me to speak and to share my experiences as a Black woman working in corporate America for almost 30 years. So, so today I'm going to do my best. Going to try to keep it real and hopefully inspire and encourage you, as Mary would say, to go get your blessings because you know what? It's your time. So
Amen.
I'm going to give you a glimpse. I'll give you a glimpse of who I am, share my family and educational background, review some of my experience working as an engineer in various companies, talk about, why I selected engineering and what it requires to become an engineer, give you some insight into my experience as a woman working in a male dominant field, share some of my lessons learned, and to encourage you to, to go out there and get your blessings. And then hopefully we'll have some time to talk about things that help me succeed.
Excellent.
So, so I was born and raised on the west side of Detroit, raised by two hardworking parents from the South, Glover, call him Glover the Lover, and Jewel. She was just like a precious stone. She was a real jewel. My father, he is 95 years old, bless his heart. He worked 35 years at the gas company. And my mother was a housekeeper who scrubbed floors to finance the extra things that me and my siblings wanted. So I am the youngest of five children. I have one sister and three brothers. And Carla talked a little about my sister. She was like a second mother. We were 12 years apart, so she made sure that I was always dressed to impress in the
Very
latest
much so.
fashion.
Very much so.
Yes, her and my mother have both passed, and I miss these two women so much because they shaped me into who I am today.
Mhm.
So I grew up in the hood. I was bullied, picked on most of my life. I was a skinny little girl, so they called me, bag of bones or sticks. Hey, but none of that stopped me. I am the product of the Detroit public school systems. I went to high school with Carla. We went to Murray Wright High School in the center of the Detroit projects. I graduated second in my class. I then, as she told you, I went to Wayne State University on a 4-year scholarship, and I received both my undergrad and graduate degrees there. While I was at Wayne State, I pledged Delta Sigma Theta sorority,
Mhm.
and I have been a member for 34 years. And Carla also knows my husband, Terrence. He was my high school sweetheart. We met at driver's training. and he took me to my high school prom. And so we are still together. So Terrence is a nurse, and he received both his undergrad and graduate degrees from Wayne State, and he is a member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity. My pride and my joy are my daughter Riley, and Carla mentioned her. She's 23 years old. She received her undergraduate degree from Michigan State, and as Carla mentioned, she's in her third year of medical school at Wayne State University. So I'm so proud of this young lady. She is just really doing her thing. So, um, so let's talk a little bit about my experience. I have been working in corporate America for almost 30 years at three different companies. My experience has helped me grow and shape me into the engineer I am today. My first job out of college, I was working for Electronic Data Systems. It was an information technology company that was started by a Texan named Ross Perot, and it was later owned by General Motors. So it no longer exists today. It was bought out by Hewlett Packard a few years ago. So while at EDS, I successfully completed their engineering systems development program. It was a version of a boot camp for employees who entered the program. It was both mentally and physically demanding and lasted 2 years. But during this program, I learned the business of EDS and learned how to develop engineering systems using computer software. Surviving the program was a real accomplishment because if you didn't pass the program, you lost your job. So there was a Black woman who was over the program who provided lots of encouragement and motivation for me that helped me through the program. So her mentoring and the grace of God, I made it through. I worked. I only worked at EDS for 5 years, but when I was there, I installed in computers during their business training, and then later developed software for the calibration engineers at General Motors. So my goal at EDS was, I wanted to always work for GM, but since GM was owned by EDS, I had to be gone from the company for a year before I could apply at GM. So I left EDS and went to work for Motorola in their automotive, industrial, and electronics group. So when I went to Motorola, they had just created a new software organization that would be providing engineering services for the automotive industry. So while there, I implemented some specifications for the electronic throttle control software in one of GM's engines. So I worked here for only a year and then got the position that I, always wanted was to work at GM as a software engineer in their electronics integration and software organization. So that's where I'm at today. I have been at GM for 23 years. My first assignment was implementing engine software. I had various roles in developing algorithms and software for embedded systems and releasing software and calibrations into production. I gained leadership positions early in my career there. After a few years of the company, I was a software design leader and a software integration leader on one of GM's hybrid vehicles. So while developing algorithms, when I worked while at GM, I received two patents for my work on the vehicle speed algorithm, which was very good because when you do work on patents at GM, they compensate you for that work. So, but currently, I am the engineering group manager in the Global Safety and Systems Integration Organization. I am responsible for 16 engineers that define safety requirements for electrification and transmission propulsion systems. Our safety approval is one of the many approvals required before we can ship and sell our vehicles to customers. So we will want to make sure that these vehicles are safe before you go into the dealer and purchase one of them. So in addition to, leading my team, I am involved on other boards where my approval or vote is required. I am a safety peer review board member for an engine propulsion system. I'm also the voter on potential safety issues that are raised via GM has what's called a speak up for safety that are entered by employees or customers, or it could be entered. One could be entered by you if you own a GM vehicle. So giving back and helping others is very important to me. So many people have helped me, and I cannot be where I am without them. So I give back by I mentor employees in the GM. It's called an African American Ancestry Employee Resource Group called GMAN. I also recruit engineers for GM at the National Society of Black Engineer conferences, and I help drive inclusion within the GMAN organization and the Global Product Development Organization at GM. So you may be wondering, what is engineering and why did I decide to major in engineering? Well, to be honest, when I first started off, I was majoring in business administration. Um, but my heart was I knew I love math, I love science, and I love to solve problems. So my heart was in engineering. So after about a year and a half or so, I did switch over to electrical and computer engineering. My family also encouraged me to go to engineering because they knew I was good in math and science, and they said that's where the money is. So I followed the money and my passion. So what is engineering? It combines fields of science and math to solve real world problems that improve the world around us. As engineers, we are problem solvers, organizers, communicators, calculators, designers. When you become a senior engineer, as I have, you perform less of the technical work and you focus more on managing project or teams of engineers. There are many types of engineers. There are biomedical, there's chemical, computer, civil, electrical, industrial, mechanical. There's also several other disciplines of engineering. And as Carla mentioned, I majored in electrical and computer engineering. So to become an engineer, you must complete a 4-year degree. The first 2 years are math and science foundation courses. They are physics, statistics, the chemistry, the calculus, 1 through 4. Um, so it's lots of math and science. It took me 6 years, so I'm not gonna, lie to you. I didn't get out in 4 years. It took me six because I changed my major. So it's important, for you to know before you start, what you would like to go on into so you're not wasting money and time.
Trace, I got
Yeah,
some questions that are coming in.
sure.
So the first question is from Sonia. Hi, Sonia. Sonia's from the D. Shout out to everybody in the D.
Mhm.
Sonia wants to know, you took tons of courses in school to become an engineer. What effect did that have on your relationship with your husband, and how long have you been married? That's a good question.
Right. We have been married 29 years. And you know what? It had a good effect on him because first when we met, he was going to Eastern Michigan University. And he, his first year, he messed around, didn't have a good GPA, but he saw that I was taking care of business. So you know what? He started taking care of business.
Hmm.
And so he ended up getting a had a scholarship too at Wayne State. And so we would go to the library together, we would study together. He would be on one side of the library with his study partners and I would be on the other side. So hey, we included that as a part of our relationships. Our dates or our Saturdays would be, hey, we'd hop in the car, go to the library, study, and then we'd have fun later. So it really didn't impact our relationship. We went through college together.
Nice, nice. Next question, or another question. Someone wants to know, and I don't have any name outside of an email username. How is working as an engineer, how does it differ from working a regular 9 to 5 job in regards to interacting with supervisors who may not be as qualified as you are for their position? That's a deep question.
Okay, so that's a two part. So
Yeah.
okay. So working so the one thing I would say is working a 9 to 5 job. I mean, there were several questions in there, so you might have
Yeah.
help me
Yeah.
out there. So
Yeah. No problem.
working, working a 9 to 5 job. I mean, right now everything's COVID, so we're all working from home.
Okay.
So that is helpful. And you will have times that your leader may not be, you know, um, as might not have the same qualifications as you. They may have the qualifications in a different area. They may have an
Right.
expertise in a different area, and so that's just the facts of life. People get to you know there's different opportunities that are in their path, and
Exactly.
that's where their path may have led them. So you have to respect everyone.
Yeah.
Somebody thought that they were good enough to be in that position,
Right.
and so you
Exactly.
have to respect their position. And and if you have ambitions to also be in that role, then look to reach out to them to ask them how they got there, to kind of find out what you could do. So you know I have never been let that discourage me, or I just we got to think about ourselves and do what we can do to be better, to improve us if we want those positions.
What are your hours though? Are you do you work 9 to 5? Because I'm assuming that's kind of what this person is saying. Maybe.
you
What
know
what what hours do you work?
So I may work 7 to 5, 7 to 6. I work a lot with China, and so China, they
Okay.
are
That
12
time. Yeah.
hours apart. So we'll have a meeting. I have a monthly meeting with China at 7 a.m. So it's 7 a.m. my time, but it's 7 p.m. their time.
Mm,
Or say we try to switch off sometimes. So I may have a meeting at 7 o'clock p.m. if I need to, because that's 7 a.m. in China.
okay.
So,
Okay.
but I'm working from home. So if I want to take a walk during the day, then I go out, and take my walk, and I come back. So it's flexible. All it's, long as I get my 8 hours in, that's what is important. I get the job done. And sometimes I'm going to work longer than 8 hours,
Depending
just
on your workload.
yeah, depending on the work.
Tammy wants. I'm sorry, Boo. Tammy wants to know what are your career aspirations? So you've been at General Motors as an engineer for 23 years. Where
Right.
does Tracy see herself 5 years from now? Do you want to open a bakery? Do you want to have a hair salon?
Right. So hopefully, I'm starting to think about retirement. I want to maybe in about 10 years retire. I'm looking at possibly looking for more of a, right now I'm just the engineering group leader, but possibly a senior manager or a director. But I'm still deciding, because those positions can be stressful, and I
Yeah,
have to think about my next 10 years. How do I want to, do I want to be stressful? I don't want
yeah,
to be stressed to the point that, hey, it impacts my health, and then
right,
I retire and I
right,
can't do all the wonderful things that I would like to do, like
right,
travel.
right.
So I'm still kind of, I do have aspirations to be a higher leader, like I said, a senior engineering manager or a director. But I'm just going to be careful about that,
Yeah.
and try to think about that to make the right decisions. I'm making, the benefits are great now, and so if I could just continue to make, good money for the next 10 years till I retire, I would be happy. Just continue to do my role as a leader. I might go to other. I might be a leader of a software engineering organization. I do have That's something I want to do. My passion is, I love software. So right now I am managing safety engineers, but at
Hmm.
some point I would like to manage software engineers.
Rodney from Ohio wants to know, what do you like to do for fun? He said you're extremely intelligent, but what do you like to do for fun?
So I like to, I like to work out. I got a Peloton in my basement, so I like to get on that after work to relieve some of the stress.
Yeah.
Do some rides on my bike. I like to walk. Um, I I enjoy to you know I like to dance and learn the different hustles when I have when I can learn them. So yeah, so that's kind of what I love to do.
There's
I love
another
to travel. I'm sorry, I love to
travel.
travel. I love going places. We've been to like London, Jamaica. We've been to Spain. So I love to travel, and I want to do more traveling.
Excellent. There's another question that came in. There's no name outside of a username, so we appreciate your question. This person wants to know, Riley's in her third year medical school. Was being a mom and trying to maneuver through your career path challenging? And if so, how did you overcome that? Or
Hmm.
is it still a work in progress?
It's still, Riley tells me this all the time. She was like, when I was in elementary school, you never took me to school. No, because I was trying to get to the office.
Hmm.
So it has been challenging. Luckily, when I wasn't there, my husband could, take her to school and drop her off because he
Yeah.
had to be there later. And so, it has impacted her, but I was there in the evenings when she had to do homework, when it was time to fill out those college applications or those med school applications.
Yeah.
I was very involved there. So like I couldn't be there in the morning, but if it was, getting her to dance or getting her to her activities, I was very involved. So hey, she told me the other day, she said, "Hey, I remember when you was at that dance competition and I was there and you had your laptop." Yeah, because if she wasn't dancing at the time, I was there. I might have been in another room with my laptop. I was present, but sometimes I had to do the extra work because
You had to do what you
you
had
know
to do.
I had to
Yeah.
do right. And my goal is, I want to provide the best life for her.
Okay. Another email. Um, what do you hope to see for your daughter? We know that she's in her third year medical school. What would you like to see her become? And what are her characteristics now? So this is a pretty deep email.
Right.
Uh, who is she? Who is she, and what does she want to become?
I hope she's listening. um, she wants to become she's still figuring that out, but she wants to be either a pediatric neurologist.
Wow, I didn't know that she was doing that.
Yes, or work with the elderly. So I want her to be an empathetic doctor. I want her to care for her patients. I would like her to, continue to to strive to reach her goals, to
Yeah,
become an independent Black woman who can, my mother always taught me, hey, you don't need to, if you have a man, fine, but hey, you don't need a man, So I want her to be independent so she can
yeah,
do anything that she wants to do, and just keep striving to reach her goal. She has a upcoming in medical school. You have so many exams, they call them step exams. She has her next step exam, so I want to her to focus on what's important. Network, I like we'll talk about, I tell her to network, um, talk to other people, learn their experiences, and get mentors. So I hope the best for her. I know she is very motivated. She is very focused. So I'd like her to stay focused and be the best pediatrician, neurologist, or whatever she decides to be.
amen. Sabrina, Sabrina from Brooklyn. Hey, Brooklyn. We love Brooklyn. Sabrina wants to know, And she said, if you can speak on this, working in a male dominant industry, being an African American woman, what were your challenges and how did you overcome them?
Oh, great. That was what I was going to talk about next. So,
Mhm.
um, so many times I am the only black woman at the table. But I realize that, my perspectives are valuable and they need to be heard, regardless of if I'm the only one who looks like me at the table. And so in that case, if any of you are the only one at the table, just know that you deserve to be there. And I know that I deserve to be there because I've worked hard to get there. So I speak up and I let my voice be heard and my opinions matter. And I know my opinions matter. Also, I feel that you're always proving yourself. I always got to prove myself. So you got to, demonstrate that you can do the job and that I can do the job at the high level of proficiency and quality.
Even
So,
after 23 years, Tracy,
yep,
even after.
23 years. You got to be on point at all times. Um, because you got to remember, we're always under a microscope. So we need, and I have to continue learning, improving my skills. I went back to school, but also there's other, there's trainings that I can take. And so I'm always reading and listening to books, um, and, and trying to improve myself. So, so we have to remember that, we always got to try to get better. And that's kind of what I've experienced. There's one other thing that I experienced, and I don't know if anyone has heard of this term, but it's called mansplaining. It's the combination of man and explain. And Webster's dictionary says it's to explain something to a woman in a condescending way that assumes that she has no knowledge about the topic. And this can come in many forms. Um, It can also come in the form when a woman tries to explain something and then a man explains it to others. And guess what? Now everybody is on board and ready to jump on board to that ideal or proposal. So I have been in that situation many times and I say to myself, hey, didn't I just say what he said? However, I have to be professional about it. I politely thank that person for helping me to explain my point and I continue to talk. So the goal is really to get my point across and to remind and let everybody know, hey, this was my ideal. So, I also experience this, with my husband. Sometimes I'm trying to explain something to my daughter, and he comes in and says the same thing that I just said. So, you know, I sometimes I gotta check him. I gotta do it in a different way than what I do at work. At work, I gotta be professional, polite about it. Um, so yeah, so those are the three things that I kind of experience in a male dominated field. So to maneuver, you know, this male dominated field and working in corporate America, it's important to network and seek mentors and sponsors.
Are there lots of African American men in those boardrooms?
No, they're not.
Mm.
In my, in the staff meeting that I sit on, it's one African American male and one African American woman. But I would say that our staff that I'm on is really diverse, so which is good. So it's very diverse, and there's other, you know, um, ethnic groups that are in our organization, so which is good. But at our staff meeting, there's two of us.
And how many folks are in your group, I guess? Like you have a group that you work with. So it's you and another African American male in your group.
So in the group of leaders that I am in my organization, it is eight people leaders, and three technical, we call them like tech fellows. So there's like 11 of us who, we're all under my boss. So, and I have a group of 16 people.
Okay. I got another email in. Sam from Washington. Hi, Sam. Sam wants to know holidays. Who does the cooking? He said, you may work a lot. Your
Right.
job seems quite intense. Um, what does that look like for you?
So, cooking, my husband is a good cook too. So we both kind of um, share that the cooking. But during holidays, like since COVID, we haven't really been able to
Yeah.
go over our family. So usually, in a normal before COVID, we go over to my brother's house. He kind of hosted. We all take a dish, or I might have to cook a dish. But these last couple of years,
Yeah.
it's been on me and him. So everybody had a dish. My daughter, she had the peach cobbler.
Hmm.
He had to prepare. He had to get the turkey together. You
Right.
know, but I and he did the macaroni and cheese. So he got some. He can do some good. Throw down on some macaroni and cheese. So
So you
so
guys make it work. You
we
make
make
your
it work.
dynamic work. Right.
Right. We
It
both,
may not be traditional for other folks, but you
right.
do what you do in your house and you make it
Yes,
work.
yes, most
Excellent.
definitely.
Carol from, I think this is Chicago. Carol from Chicago wants to know, do you ever become overwhelmed with your workload? And do the folks that you work with point that out?
Hmm. I do become overwhelmed with um, my workload. I try not to make it evident, to them that I may be overworked or I'm stressed. Um, but if it's a time that I feel that I'm overworked, then I kind of reach out to my team and have them pick up some of the slack if I
Mhm.
need to be. But really, my goal to me as a leader is to pave the way for them and to remove roadblocks for them. So 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 yeah, I definitely don't want them to know that I'm
Right.
the issues that I'm facing, but I kind of I want to be seen to help them more manage their work.
Okay. I got a text message in, and my text message, or the person that texted me, they want to know, what does your husband think about you being an engineer?
Um, he's fine. He's good with me engineer. He's a nurse, so we're kind of like, I think it's kind of a good, it's a good match. He, I think he's proud of the work that I do. He respects the work, that I do. Um, and he's good with it. He understands the value, that I do and to the company. He never complains. I recruit for GM, so it's a couple times a year. I may have to go out of town for work, and
Hmm.
so he's very he works with me, and so no, he's very good with. He's a good supportive husband.
Excellent. Are there, so you're recruiting, do
Hmm.
you find that there are lots of African American young adults who are interested in engineering as a career path?
Oh, most definitely. We recruit at the National Society of Black Engineers conference.
Oh,
So
excellent.
they
Okay.
have national conferences every year, and they have a regional conferences. So this is when you see all the bright young African American students. They're coming out. They're dressed
Oh,
up in
nice.
their suits, and they're looking for internships, jobs, and everything. So I do get a chance to interface and see a lot of them that have interest.
Oh, nice. And where's this conference held?
Each year it's held somewhere different. Where did we go this year? This year we went to California. But this is a national conference. So yeah, you could look on the website. Is National Society of Black Engineers. They also have regional conferences, and so it just depends on where that for the regional conferences they usually occur in the fall, and it depends on what school or whatever is putting this on. So this National Society of Black Engineers is, the students run, this organization. They do have a paid leadership, a person that's over it, but the students,
Mhm.
this is a student-run organization, and corporations at the national conference, corporations from everywhere are there um, recruiting students.
Nice. Nice.
So if you're
Excellent.
going to be an engineer, you definitely have to be in, we call it NESB. You definitely got to be in NESB.
How many students do like show up for an event like this? And how many days is it? Or is it just you guys are there for one day from like 12 to 5, you see as many people as you can, then after that you pack up and you kind of figure out where your next recruiting fair will be.
They have thousands of students that show
Oh, that's
up.
excellent. Okay,
Thousands.
excellent.
So we usually get there for the national conference. We get there on a Wednesday afternoon. Thursday and Friday is the career fair.
Okay.
And then Saturday, the students have like an event. Um, it's like a kind of a gala kind of event where they dress up and they get awards and things. And
Oh, that's
so,
nice. Okay, so
yeah,
this
so
is a
usually
big deal. This is
yeah,
a
it's like
big
a
deal.
3 to 4 day event.
Okay. Oh, that's nice. Okay, nice. Latanya from Louisiana wants to know what you put in your hair. She said your hair looks awfully healthy.
Thank you.
Latanya, we're gonna wait to see what that answer is.
So, I just go get my hair done every 2 weeks. My stylist does it. Um, I wrap it. I put my little do rag on in between visits so I can keep all my moisture
You
in.
wear you wear a do rag because I don't believe that you wear a do rag.
Well, they got those cute little. I used to wear do rag, but now I got a cute little cap. They got
Okay,
those
all right.
the
Mm-hmm.
caps, but hey, I put that cap on to keep the moisture and the shine in, and so I just go get it done every 2 weeks, and I might throw a few pin curls in there,
Mm-hmm.
um,
For a
and
little
that's it.
bump.
Yeah, yeah.
Latanya, let me give you a little insight, okay? So this is years and years and years and years and years ago. I don't even know how long. If I've known Dr. Nina 38 years, I'm 37, and Dr. Bennett all my life, uh, Tracy, I have known you. It's got to be over 40 years. It's got to
Right.
be easy, easy. So anyway, we were hot girls. We're still hot girls, okay? We used to go to an exclusive hairdresser by the name of Van's downtown Detroit. I can't think of where he was. It was a cute little plaza, and it was really an expensive area. It was a small shop.
Salon on the Park. I don't know if you went to
Yes,
Salon on the Park.
yes.
It's
And
still there,
so,
but yeah,
oh, it is? Okay. And
it's
so
there.
Van used to be booked literally, I mean, every hour on the hour. Van would walk around with Gucci slippers on and a little
Mhm.
Gucci jacket. But when I tell you he could do hair, he did almost 50%, I would tell you, of the women in Detroit, he did their hair.
Mhm.
So Tracy and I used to get our hair done there.
Mhm.
I don't think we ever went the same day, but if she went on a
Right.
Tuesday, then I got an appointment on Wednesday, and if she went on Thursday, then I was there on Friday. We went to Van for years, and
Yes.
Van, our hair was pretty long and lengthy, but Tracy's always had really long hair because
Mhm.
my hair used to come to my shoulders, but then I got a cut. Uh, but you have always had long hair. You never cut your hair short. I mean, I've never seen it short.
I,
You've
I
always,
had a time. I had a time where it was short because I went to a perm, and I guess I just am. when I had the perm, my hair didn't do well, and I had to cut it. But it has taken years to grow back.
So
So
you don't have a relaxer in your hair.
I do not have a relaxer, press
Now,
and curl.
did you have a relaxer when we was in high school?
You know what? I got that relaxer, Carla, when we went on our senior trip. Because
To
remember, I
Florida.
went, yep, to Florida because I wanted to swim and everything, and I got a perm then.
All
And
right.
my hair was never, when I got that perm, it didn't have the sheen, it didn't have the glow, and it just
It
kind of
didn't
looked
hold curls either, because your hair
right,
was, yeah, your hair kind of was flat. Because
right,
normally
yes,
your hair have a little bump on it, but
right,
it just didn't act right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
yep.
All right.
So,
So Latanya, hopefully that gives you a little insight. I went way back. Okay. I went way back.
right.
Um, I got another email in. There's no name on this email, just a username. Someone wants to know, do you work in Detroit? Do you work at the headquarters in Detroit, or is there another location you work at?
No, I do not work at the headquarters in Detroit. We have a facility called the Milford Proving Grounds.
Hmm.
It's in Milford, Michigan. It's about 50 minutes from my house,
Yeah, I don't know where the
and
hell that is.
it has, at the proving grounds they have, they have test tracks. It's a
Oh,
huge
wow.
facility where all the engineering is being done. So no, that's when I in the office. That's where I go to Milford, about 50 minutes, and so it's a great facility because we'll see, the latest cars that'll be driving around on the
Wow.
ground.
Wow.
Sometimes they're camouflage. But this is where it's all, where all the engineering is taking place.
Because remember, when you live in the city of Detroit, you have the big three. You have Chrysler, General Motors, and Ford's.
Hmm.
You can't really get on the premises to the company. You can't. You have to work there. They don't play that. And we'll see cars when they're coming from the warehouse and they're
Hmm.
being transported on those, I don't know what those
Hmm.
trucks are called. That's when we
Right.
see the cars. We see them then, or if you go to a dealership.
Right.
But you're at a almost well, it's the corporate office slash, I guess, training. Uh, what would they call that? Where they, so the cars that are created, you said they're on some type of track. Are they checking for speed and safety?
Yeah, they're checking for speed and safety. They're
Oh,
doing
that's cool.
calibration.
Oh,
They
that's real
even
cool.
have like some of their tracks represent like, hey, what the Belgian blocks over might in Europe look, because they want to
Oh,
test
wow.
these cars in all different situations where they may be driven. So they have all type of, they take them through, um, take them through little labs where there's rain and there's salt and
Okay.
so they're just testing them in all different environments. So like I said, it's a
That's cool.
proving ground. So they're doing a lot of testing. They're doing, they're running cars in the walls and, trying to see the impact if there's a dummy in the vehicle, and so it's a testing facility and engineering.
Okay. I know that you spoke about young ladies that you mentor.
Yeah.
Okay, so this might be a five-part question. How do you select the young ladies that you mentor? When do you guys meet? If someone is interested in being selected, where would they go to find that information out? How would they contact you? And your mentoring program, after your program is complete, do they receive some type of certificate? Like, tell us a little bit
Okay.
more about that.
So the mentoring that I do is through General Motors. We have an employee resource group that's called the GMAN, African American Ancestry Group. And so I mentor GM employees. They're men, they're women. And so the program starts each year within GM. It starts around February. We mentor throughout the year. We meet on a monthly basis. We're talking about their career, what they can do to improve. Um, just Sometimes we read books on how to, do better or improve in different areas. And so it's usually, like I said, a year round, every year round, at least a year. But I've been in this program mentoring for about the last 5 years or so. Now, I also have mentored young women through my sorority. We have a program for high school students called Delta Gems. And so it's growing, they grow and empower themselves. And so I've been a co chair of this group within my Delta Sigma Theta sorority in my Detroit alumni chapter. And so that program is for girls between the ages of 14 and 18. So there's a couple, places where I'm mentoring at work. I have done this in the past with the gyms through my sorority, and also I mentor through. We have like GM recruits at NASB, and once those students come to GM, we kind of like to follow them. So I always get assigned one of those students to kind of help them if they're only there for an internship, or if they're new to our GM, we call it a track, a rotational program, mentor them while they're in that program. So, like I said, I mentor both young women and young men at General Motors and through my sorority. And I think mentoring is so important.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to find a mentor, someone, where they can, get help from, and
Yeah.
someone you can trust and
Yes.
can guide you and help you develop.
Trust is a big deal. Trust
Right.
is a big deal.
Yeah. There's
Someone that,
all yeah, yep. Can and someone you can learn from.
right.
Hopefully they've already, taken those steps
Yeah.
and can give you some guidance there. But you also want to find a sponsor. I don't know, a sponsor is a little bit different, but they are a influential advocate or spokesperson on your behalf that can provide opportunities. So that's also good to have a sponsor too.
Trace, Rhonda wants to know, since you work really hard, what do you splurge on? So you have a bike that's quite expensive because those exercise bikes are very expensive. But outside of that, like what is your splurge? What's a big splurge for you? Do you carry
Okay.
Gucci bags? Do like what's the
I
splurge?
just I just, bought my first Louis Vuitton, and I got
Okay.
a small one, but I
Okay.
love purses, I love bags. What else? I love to spend money on going on trips.
Right.
I'm doing this right now. I'm renovating my kitchen. So that's a um big thing that I'm working on. And so also love watches. I love my Apple Watch. I
Yeah.
love my what's my other watch that I have, but I love watches too. So I my jewelry, I love nice shoes too. So
Is there a dress attire for your I know that you guys aren't really going into the office, but when you went in, is there a dress attire for engineers? And
business
how cute do you get?
Yeah, it's business casual. So, but I love wearing, I'm always cold, so I'll throw on a cute blazer or something. I love black, so usually I'm wearing a nice pair of black pants,
Hmm.
nice leather shoe, um, and I, try to spruce it up with my jewelry, with necklaces and nice earrings, and um, so I'm trying to get better like you with my glasses. So, um,
If you wear them, the least they could do is be cute because
right,
they're horrible. Glasses are absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible.
exactly, exactly.
Absolutely horrible. Well, I've gotten well, I got a text message and a couple of emails in regards to was there a dress code, but you said business casual.
Just business casual. Business casual. So again, business casual is kind of different for everybody. Some people go in jeans. I tried to stick to jeans only on Friday, but some people would wear jeans and a nice shirt. But it was always business casual for me. I put on nice pair of slacks,
Right.
my blazer, my blouses. I would have a blouse on maybe like this and maybe a blazer. Um, like I said, and a nice pair of loafers. So no business, we just said business professional.
Do you guys, is lunch provided for you guys? Because this was a text message I just got in. Do you bring your food? Is there eating facilities on the premises, or do they provide lunch? Is it like
I,
a kitchen area where you can go to the cafeteria, that's it, and
right.
purchase your lunch or breakfast
Yeah,
or
so
dinner?
they had a cafeteria. Um, we could go to the cafeteria. They have, you can they have a salad bar. They'd have another place where you could go, like if you wanted to go in the morning for breakfast, they'd have like a skillet where they would, do eggs and things like
Okay.
that.
So
And
they
then they
do
have,
have a
yeah,
cafeteria. Oh, that's cute.
yeah, they
Okay.
had a cafeteria. So I worked in Milford, and so Milford um, didn't have as many. If I went to Warren, we have another center in Warren where it's a huge business offices in Warren. They have a lot more variety. They have,
This is in Warren, Michigan.
yes, in Warren, Michigan. So
Okay.
GM it's called the GM Tech Center. So that's in Warren. And so they have a lot. And sometimes I go to Warren for meetings, and they have a lot more variety. Um, but Milford is just a little bit limited. But they're available. They do have, we do have little small kitchens where you can go in, with coffee and microwaves.
Oh,
And
nice.
they have even one area where they have like, vending machines where you can get like sandwiches,
Right, right, right.
all different, drinks and everything and chips. Um, so yeah, so that's available too, and actually that's available in the building I'm working with. So a lot of us, when we don't want to go to the cafeteria because our proving grounds is so big, it could take you 10-15 minutes to walk over
Oh,
to
wow.
get to where you at, to walk over to the cafeteria. So if could get food right in your building, that's great. And
Right.
also they would do food trucks. They would have food trucks come out there. So
Nice.
it would be once a week in the summer, just on a Wednesday. They have all different food trucks.
Oh,
So
that's cute.
we love that because you know how cafeteria food is.
You get
Everybody
sick
would
of
be
it after a while. Yeah, you get sick
right,
of it after a while.
right. Everybody be lined up at the food trucks.
Um, Barbara. Barbara from Connecticut. Hi, Barbara. She wants to know a little bit more about patents. What is a patent? What
Hmm.
did you do to assist in helping with the patent? And because you helped create patents, will your name be on the documentation regarding that? Like forever. It'll be
Yeah,
something forever where someone will be able to say, "Wow, Tracy Reed helped
yeah.
create a patent for
I'm still
some."
here. I'm just
Yeah.
grabbing one of my patents. I'm
All
still
right,
here.
girl. Show us what it
Okay.
is.
Okay. So I talked about I was developing software
Yes.
and vehicle speed. So I worked with a team of engineers, and we thought of something that would um, would help the way we determine what was the source of vehicle speed. And so a lot of us worked together. I did a lot of the testing. I modified the code. So basically, a patent is something that when it has to be to get a patent, it has to be an innovative ideal, and no one else can do it. Have already done it. And so I don't know if you can see my patent here, but this is just one of the plaques. Probably not a good one, but can't see it very well. But a plaque that I
Grace,
have.
hold it back up. Hold it back up and sit back some. Hold it back up
Okay.
and sit back some. Yes, we can see it. It's the small print. Well, I gotta have glasses. I can't see it, but
Yeah,
yes. So that's a patent.
this is a patent. It's a plaque, and on this
Yeah,
patent,
it's a
it just
plaque of your patent.
yep, it just has the United States number, the patent number, the
Wow.
date of the patent was November 1st, 2011, and it has a little abstract that kind of talks about the patent. So one of the patents, it was a control system comprising a powertrain relay diagnostic modules that determines, so it goes on and it talks about the patent. It even has a little kind of picture of it down here. And so at the time it was, I have another one as well. And again, I was working on developing vehicle speed algorithms. So it has to be an innovative ideal. No one else out there is doing it. Um, it is very at GM. They have a group of lawyers who you have to sit down with, and you have to explain your ideal, convince them that no one else is out there is doing it, and once you do this, they kind of take it away. So the lawyers, they do all the work. They submit the applications to the U.S. Patent Office. They do all the work. And so it usually takes a few years for everything to go through. But with a patent, you want to make you want to go through this process, because if you develop it, you want to receive all the the funds, or the from anyone. If anyone else tries to use your ideal or what you develop, um, they basically have to pay you. And so that's why when you get a patent, you want to get that officially put in the system and get the recognition for that. So as I mentioned, GM, we have good lawyers who they really kind of handle. They're patent lawyers. And interesting, because patent lawyers most of the time are engineers first. So they get an engineering degree, then they go back to law school to become a patent law lawyer, because they understand these concepts, these ideals that are being explained. Um,
So, what did you create a patent for? What is the plaque that you just showed us?
yeah.
That patent is for what?
So I have, so one of them is for, there is different ways in a system to calculate vehicle speed. You can look at vehicle speed from the tires. If it's an electrification vehicle, you can look at vehicle speed for the motors. So we developed an algorithm that allowed to look at multiple sources for vehicle speed. And so just say you had an issue where your vehicle speed, your wheel speed sensors went out, and you're an electrification vehicle and you have a motor, then they can look at motor to determine the vehicle speed. So when you see vehicle speed coming across in your vehicle, there's a lot of different, there's a lot of calculations that are going in the background to provide
Wow.
that number. So they're either looking at your wheels and seeing how fast the wheels are going. Or if you're an electrification vehicle, they're looking at the motor and seeing how the motor is rotating. So we built an algorithm to have various different ways to determine that vehicle speed.
Wow.
So
So,
that was
essentially, it's safe to say that all US made cars are safe.
GM vehicles are safe. Yeah.
All right, GM vehicles are
Are
safe.
safe.
So
Yeah.
shout out to the entire team over at General Motors. But we want to shout out American made cars anyway,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
American made cars are made in Detroit. So we shout out everyone that works in the car plants in Detroit. We shout them
Yeah.
out because without them, there would really be no us.
Right.
Because folks only know about Detroit from what they see now. They don't know what Detroit used to be. And it's because of the big three that the majority of us went to college. Because my father worked at Chrysler for years, and Chrysler's is a fantastic company. Okay?
Right.
Fantastic. My father
Yeah.
made great money.
Yes.
Great
Yep.
money. Great
hmm
money. So let's be real clear. We shout out everybody in the D. We always have continuous love for them. We shout out everyone that works in the car plants, to those who carry the nuts and bolts to put tires on cars, to those that are actually putting the cars together and putting lights. I have no idea about how to put a car together, but I have family members that still
I
work in
do.
the plant, and so they know how to do it. I don't, but we shout out all of them, because without them, there would really be no us. And we need U.S. Made cars. We need folks to buy them because it helps keep a city afloat. Please understand
Right.
that. It really
Yeah.
does. It helps keep Detroit afloat. Well, Detroit, Ohio, Indiana. Because what is it? Ohio, do they make tires, and Indiana makes nuts and bolts for cars? So all of these, the tri-states, work together to get these cars on the road. So we shout those states out too, and those
Yeah.
folks that work in the tire plants and nuts and bolts, we shout all of them out. We need all of them. It is a very tough and rough job. It is not easy.
Right.
I just
Hmm.
wanted to say that. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Trace.
Yeah. So buy American because hey, it keeps us employed.
Buy American because it keeps us
Hmm.
employed.
Hmm.
Okay, so as we come to a close, do you have any parting words for any young lady who would be interested in following your footsteps? Now, obviously, her footsteps are not your footsteps because whatever God has for you is for you, and whatever He has for her is for her. But we're awfully proud of you. I have
Thank
to tell
you.
you that I got tons of emails in, folks from all over the world actually, who wanted me to let you know that it is such a pleasure. They're so happy that you joined us today. It is such a treat to see that it can be done. You know, a lot of the images that we see of us aren't always positive. It's not.
Yes.
And you can't really blame it on others though, because sometimes, you know, we don't necessarily act the way we were taught to act. Okay.
Right.
uh
Right.
but it can be done.
Yes.
I've known you for a zillion years. I really don't even know how long I've known you. I really don't. I mean, I was a baby back home. I left to go to college at 16 years old, so I knew you when I was
Hmm.
12, maybe 12. My gosh, something like that.
Yeah.
So anyway, I've known you to always be very straight laced.
Yes.
You were always very straight laced, but you did
Hmm.
hang out with us. Like you would get crazy, but you were always very straight laced. We were always really focused in school, though. I'll say that we were always focused because we grew up in environments where folks did well. We lived well. We all grew up in homes, houses, had cars. Our families had decent jobs. Our fathers were there. That's what we knew. Uh,
Right.
so it was non-negotiable to go to school and not do well because that was the only job that we had. That's what my parents used to tell me anyway, and I know yours are the same.
Hmm.
Um, for the little girl or the young adult who's watching, who wants to do more with her life, doesn't know much about engineering, what would you say to her?
I would say that, hey, you can do anything that you want to do. You are capable. You can do it. So go out there, research, network, ask for help. There's people out there, there's programs that want to help young ladies out there. So um, you can do all things that you want to do. There's people out to help. So just reach out, and if you want to find out more information, you can. There's always, there's Google. I mean, if you have access to a computer, you can find anything out there. But also, there's, like I had mentioned, my sorority even offers their Delta Gems programs that helps young ladies, and I love this program because they bring in, they provide scholarships. They bring in different um, um, people to talk about different areas and different fields, and also to help them find scholarships. And so,
Trace, how would
so
someone get in touch with your Delta organization? Is there a number? Is there an email address? Is there a website?
so it all depends on, what city that you're in.
Hmm.
But if you're in the Detroit, the Detroit area and you live in Detroit, there's the Delta Sigma Theta Detroit alumni chapter. I don't have that email right offhand, but you can, just really look for Delta Sigma Theta and put the area that you're in, and they will, most chapters have a website that will provide information on all the various programs that they offer and they provide.
You can also send me that information. I'll put it
I
in the
will.
details
Okay.
to the conference. Wanted to say thank you so much, Trey, for taking time out of your Sunday to hang out with us. We appreciate it. We love you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, girl. See you soon.
Bye.
All right. So that was a old, not an old friend. I mean, I've just known her for a billion years, but she is definitely a sister girlfriend to me. We grew up together. I think I met her when I was 12 years old. I have no idea, but I love her, and we're so excited that she was able to join us because I know that she also has a busy schedule. So now I'm going to bring on someone who is also very near and dear to my heart. I've known her for, I guess, 30 something years. I don't know. I forget. It's been a long time, okay? But she's a certified traditional herbalist and health coach. She's been an herbalist for over 20 years, studying under the traditional master herbalist Diane Bean. Shout out to Jersey City because that's where Diane's store is located. Diane is known as the Meadow Queen. Liz is a mom of five, a grandmom or what is it, glam mom of four, and a highly sought after health and wellness coach. Are you guys ready? Because I'm about to bring her on.
You know, when you introduce me, it is just still I just want to thank you again for having me on, and again for all the my cast viewers. I salute you all with the honorable words of grace, peace, mercy, truth, and love on you all. It was so wonderful hearing Tracy. That was the presenter, right? Your lifelong
Yes.
friend. It was
Yes.
so incredible just to hear her story, and I just wanted to say another thing before I proceed and talk about stress and stressors and how it affects the body. Things that you said really struck at the heart of me. And it was something that actually made me yesterday. As you know, I was asked to be part of a project, 50 exhibit. I did do my photo shoot yesterday, which was incredible. But there was a song, and I'm not sure if some of your viewers may have heard it. It is a gospel song, but God tell me is that not only are we worthy, but we are capable. And when she said that was like confirmation, we are capable, and we have to really hold on to that. We are capable to do anything that we put our minds and set our minds and hearts. That I salute Tracy and all that she presented, and all that she represents. But more about stress. I know we talked about handling stress, but I always try to get into like a definition of a topic that we're covering. So I just stress.
Yes.
It can be physiological, biological, or either event. It's an organism's response to a stressor, such as an environment. Stress is the body's method of reacting to a condition, such as a threat, physical and psychological barrier. Stimuli that alter an organism are responded to by multiple systems in the body. In humans, an autonomic, the autonomic nervous system, thalamic, pituitary, adrenal axis are the two major systems that are really important for us to note, because when it says autonomic nervous system and thalamic pituitary adrenal axis. Now, it's important because we're talking about the thalamus gland, we're talking about and the adrenal gland, and those are three major bodily functions regulate the totality of functionality of our bodies. So, if anything is stressful effects that it is going to affect you in ways that you probably can from being it affects hypertension and perhaps hypoglycemia. So when we think about stress, right, whatever that stress or whatever trigger chronic stress, what it does is it disrupts nearly every system about that. And I'm struggling to pronounce it, but I'm going to say it again until it's easy to say. Your autonomic nervous system and hypopituitary and adrenal axis. So anything that's an axis, so that axis of your thalamus, your pituitary gland, and your adrenal gland, that is all regulating. Your thyroid, your pituitary gland, that regulates body temperature. So if you're someone that you're constant, and I'm talking about people who 1 minute you're hot, 1 minute you're cold. That's hot sweats, and again, this is not inclusive of menopausal women. That is something entirely different. The body's reaction to stress, especially for those of us that are over 40, we have to pay attention to how we cope and process it. Chronic stress disrupts nearly every system in your immune system, and that's where the thalamus gland comes in, right? Digestive and reproductive system. Women, if you are trying to conceive, stressed out. People who are pre-diabetic, I always use my air quotes with that because we precondition if we are not careful. So anyone in pre-diabetic conditions, you want to be mindful of your intake and consumption of refined carbohydrates and processed foods. Now, we all have a general understanding that the risk of heart attack and stroke, it ages us premature. It can even go so far as to rewiring your something as powerful that can rewire your brain. We definitely end it or try to prevent it or increase our capacity to process stress and stressful things. So when it starts to rewire, you're more susceptible to anxiety, depression, lack of focus, to say stagnant brain. You are stagnant. You are not seeing your condition or your position or your station in life. Old folks used to say your station in life. So we need to be mindful. And again, I talked a little bit of stress because we can say, hey, we have stress in the home, they may relative to our relationship or dealing with maybe, children that may have behavioral needs or special needs, or if you are to someone with health needs or health challenges. Let's all things that will cause and promote stress. We not only does stress upset your digestive and reproductive, suppress your immune system, which makes you vulnerable to all kinds of conditions. One say, you know what, I caught a cold, I was just a little worn down and I was a little stressed out. Body became vulnerable to the attack of whatever bacterial infection that presented itself. Because remember, we are always being confronted with these things that cause stress. So not only does it affect, and remember we talked about that axis of your thalamus gland, your pituitary gland, and not only does it affect that, but it can also cause you pain, also cause bloating in your abdominal region. It can affect your things of that nature. This is why we have got to make sure that we are calm in the chaos, that we are strategizing our 24 hours that we are giving, be the type of person that you are living according to a schedule. Because sometimes that gets to be, you just rudiment, and that's not, to me, sometimes that stifles.
All right. Well, we were doing good. We were doing good. And now it looks like we have some type of technical difficulty. Not quite. Oh, oh, Liz is go. Okay, Liz is back. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on, family.
Wow, I was out the whole time.
Yep.
I was out. Repeat what I said. I mean, I don't know at what point I dropped off, but again, we were talking and how stress affects the body. I know yesterday, we were talking about trying to cope with stress, different stressors. Once we feel any triggers that may cause stress, but we have to understand that stress disrupts in your body. When we think about stress, we have to understand that it's either physical or even psychological, and it's an organism like us. We're organism beings. This is our response to stressful situations. It could be a shift. It is the body's method of reacting to a condition, such or physical and psychological barrier. Now, again, in this, it how should I put this? It affects autonomic nervous system and hypothalamic pituitary adrenal. Very, very, very important because, again, though that axis, if you will, your thalamus, adrenal gland, those are the main three bodily organs that keep your whole. The thalamus gland controls your immune system. The pituitary gland, which corresponds to you and whatnot, that right there controls your body temperature. If you're someone who, and inclusive of menopausal and premenopausal women, if you're someone that 1 minute you are sweating, 1 minute you're freezing cold, you need to definitely take a look at, your thyroid, sure that it's not overactive or underactive. Those are things that we need to pay attention to. I can't stress enough. I cannot stress enough to tell everyone that you must pay attention. It will tell you your body it will tell you stories from chronic headaches. Let's say you need to be taking a look at whether or not you're drinking enough water in your body. Those sorts of things. So with stress, again, it can suppress your immune, upset your digestive and reproductive systems. So any of you who are pre-diabetic, yourself with proper digestion, and if you're someone that you are looking to start a family, you need to be mindful of stress and stressors. It can we all know, or most of us, I would say, are relatively familiar with the fact that it increase the risk of stroke and heart attack. I think that's the main one that we're more familiar with. So cause pain. I know for me personally, I can always tell if affecting me in a stressful fashion because it rests in the base of my neck. Base of your neck, at the base of your, like the top of your neck. That's the pineal. That is the gland that also corresponds to higher intellect. You see me going here with that third eye gland is a very, very important gland to, again, this is why not only is it important to monitor stress, but it's also important regularly. Stress can also
Oh, she's gone again. Oh my. She's gone again. I knew it was too good to be true. Okay, she's back. She's back. She's back.
wow, all this time I'm going on and on. I don't know what time I'm going.
I have a question for you, or well, these are some questions that are coming in. One of the
Okay,
questions that just came in. So we know that stress affects our bodies in a horrific manner, right? It's not a friend, it's a foe.
it is a big foe.
Stress is a foe. What do you suggest? Do you suggest that if folks work these really stressful jobs, that when they get off work, they exercise? Because
Well,
exercise
for
is
some people that work in your day, I remember I recommend starting at the the beginning of your day. Like I said, if you're someone that can add like a half an hour or even an hour to your daily routine, attitude of gratitude. If you wake up and you have like this feeling positive, make it deliberate to change, affirm. Remember, there's power in words. I start my day off by thanking God up for even waking me up. That's what I thank God for waking me up for my day. I am going to have a very productive, stress-free day. I'm not going to jack my time or compromise my peace. I am going to deliberately claim. If you are someone, sometimes, like I said, working out for some people is a stress eliminator. Not be your stress eliminator. Your stress eliminator may just be sitting quiet to your favorite playlist. Whatever it is that causes what we need more of. If you're someone, like I said, that is stressed out at work, you need what those stressors are. Because oftentimes what I find, the stressors that are in the workplace are stressors that we can leave. They really have very little to do with you. Are there to do a job. I have this expression, I am not, I have had to learn up what is not mine. I think a lot of us, especially in the workplace, we have this almost this mentality of if I don't do it, it's not going to get done, or it's not going to get done right. We may not have the tools that we need to do the job as efficiently as we always have the support of our management or directorial staff. There could be many reasons for that. However, tap into your motivation for being there, right? Being clear about what it is thing and not pick up what is not yours. And what I mean by that is, you go into the workplace and say, that's not my job, right? We all know that. At least most of us do, right? But you have something that you can change, or if it's something that is rooted in that particular position, you may have to accept other option, which is to look for other employment. But I always say that once the pandemic is everyone's desire for a work-life barrier to not go and just be placed in this position of workplace. And I think that employers have come to understand that as well, especially in that now we, looking to hire people, and they understand that people are just not as willing as they were, but situation that is going to cause them undue stress.
all right. Excellent. Because I got a bunch of stuff that's coming in for you. So I'm trying to manage that,
Sure.
manage my emails, text messages. I'm managing a lot. Okay. So it looks like there's a viewer that was on yesterday who was able to join us for day one of the conference. But their question is, and we kind of spoke about this briefly yesterday about there was a viewer who said they would give us a list of fabulous, uh, what is it called? Non-cooked, food, raw restaurants in the city that we could go to. And you said, well, let's cook at home. The viewer that's on now who just sent an email wants to know, do we have a date selected for this at home cooking segment? What is your availability? She's not even you. I'm so you. Let me tell you something. When I tell you I am over this, I'm just talking. Did you? You didn't hear any of it.
Because you said that they were
Now I
on.
can't. Okay. Yeah.
They were on.
So yesterday, one of the viewers said that they would send us a list of fabulous raw restaurants in the city. And you said, well, why even go? We could cook at home. And I said, okay, yeah. So I'm making a long story short. So the viewer who was watching yesterday wants to know, what is your availability? Like, when are we going to do the cooking show or cooking segments? Do we have any dates, and what will we be cooking? I haven't gotten that far. I haven't even gotten that far about what meal.
Yeah, we can actually work on that. I probably would say give us maybe another 2 weeks. To what I would be cooking. I thought we were going to do something raw. So if I was meal, what I would probably want to do is do like my overnight oats, my macerated assorted vegetables, because again, I would like to of you know reacclimating ourselves. So I want to, if you want to do an example of raw um, cooking, if you will. Uh, um, but definitely, we can set something up. I mean, I can make myself available in the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
If you want to do it from your place, we can definitely do that. I'm actually like available for any types of one-on-one consultations for the most part, and on some weekends. Again, just like us all, we have busy schedules. I would just need, up a virtual appointment. I can coach you if you guys wanted to set up an
So
appointment
can you
where.
leave your information? Can you leave your information?
Sure. I'm going to leave my quick fast email address. Address
Okay.
is Liz Christie, LIZZKRIS cloud.com. Again, if it's easier for you to reach out to Carl and forward your information to me, and then I can reach out. We can set up a consultation forward from there. Like I said, we can set up a confidential. Again, just like I said, I am not new to this. I am true to this. This is part of my lifestyle that I've maintained and raised 5 human beings with. Very eager and excited to share what I know. I'm excited to become more empowered in their health journey. So I'm excited. Like I said, Liz.com. Please, like I said, only if you are really serious about this life changes. And remember, like I said, small changes bring large improvement. As Meadow Queen says, anyone in the New York tri-state area, if you are looking to make herbs or anything of that nature, you can go to the Herbal Tea House, 40 Grand Street in Jersey City, New Jersey. You can also go to green like the color, green scrub like you're scrubbing your body,
Yep.
scrub.com for any of Meadow Queen's products, uh, to learn more about who in terms of helping people reclaim their health and wellness. Like I said, disruptor of that. And again, I always say to people, set the atmosphere if you're someone that you work a day shift, get up an hour earlier. Get up and set the tone for your day. Like I said, attitude of gratitude. Sometimes that's hard. Yeah, I get it. I have stressful situations, things. I wake up. The first thing I do is I thank God for waking me up. I
Amen.
thank God for giving me to have a sound mind. And from that
Amen.
point is when I say, you know what, this is gonna be a day, God, that I hope to glorify you in everything that I say and do. Power in words. We always seem to default to this negative place. And as we learn came through that stress, chronic stress can even rewire your brain to anxiety, depression, and other mental dis-ease and mental. Don't need that. We don't need stress to disrupt our bodies, to cause us pain. Again, I'm a big believer in the breathing techniques of yoga. I'm a firm believer that we don't breathe correctly, and that is what clearly. If you are someone like the presenter prior to me said, listen, you can the internet, right? If you
Tracy.
need to get yourself a basic yoga that will help with your breathing, again, anyone that suffers from stress and anxiety, the first thing that I tell people when they come to me and because I've witnessed it, as mentioned this yesterday, uh, someone requested me to come to them. It was so stressful. A manager came into my office and said, so and so is having an anxiety attack. She come get you.
Wow.
And I, that's exactly what I said. I mean, I barely knew this woman. That I said to her was, listen, I'm going to need you to breathe, because not be prisoner to these conditions. We cannot.
Yeah.
Fearfully and wonderfully made. We have been created by this creator, so awesome. We've been created in that image. That's really to a place for most people, but it's a reality that I stand on, and I know it to be true. When you stop and you breathe and you start breathing in
Can you
through
give
your
us an
nose,
example? Can you give us an example what correct breathing looks like?
right? You're gonna breathe in through your nose. Key thing is that when you're breathing in through your nose, your stomach doesn't it inflates. Like your stomach is supposed to no, actually your stomach is supposed to. I said, look it up. You look up breathing techniques, yogic or yoga will help you. Like I said, breathe better. Breathe through your nose, especially those of us like I have questions sometimes. But I make it a point to do these breathing techniques, fire, because it helps you to think more clearly. It really, because again, even
Empress,
people,
I know that you're running, so I need to keep check
yes,
of the time because I know that you have a flight to catch.
yes,
So you
I'm
you
actually,
want
as
to,
soon as we wrap, I'm looking out the door as soon as we wrap.
yeah.
So
So
I,
you want to wrap it up because you got to go.
I'm going to wrap it up, and I'm going to say this.
Yeah, you got to
Listen,
go.
claim your calm. If you feel that if you start feeling triggered by stress, a moment, claim that calm in the chaos. Like I said, is to stop and take that deep breath. You take that deep breath, and if you have to take 5 or 6 of them in succession until you get to and say to yourself, "It is well. It is well. It is well." It begin to affirm make these positive affirmations because therefore you are. We really have to start claiming it, and I'm going to leave you all with that. Again, I'm Empress Liz, minister, mother, grandmother, every woman to different people. I am here for you. If you need to set up a consultation, start eating differently, if you want to set up a consultation to help me, you want to, hey, say, listen, I just need to vent. Liz Christie at iCloud.com. If I am not the one that you need to speak with, if I'm not the one that can help you, we can always call Dr. Ruffin. We can always call Dr. Ruffin, or we can always connect you. We can always connect you with someone. Carla Daly, I salute you. I thank you for all that you do. I thank you for having me on. Just Keeper podcast viewers, again, I salute you all. Let's keep doing this. Let's keep forms for women and for people that we can heal, whether physiological or biological. Thank you, and
Just
peace out.
text me when you get wherever you're going, because I don't even know what state you're
I
flying to now. But text me and let me know you got there. Love you.
know I'm all over the place.
Love you.
Peace and
Bye.
blessings.
Be safe. Text me when you get there. All righty. My next panelist is also a sister girlfriend. Not even a sister girlfriend. These are like my sisters who grew up in the D. Shout out once again to everybody in the D. Let me tell you, I got so many emails last night because the viewers in Detroit were like, you never shouted us out. And every time I get the opportunity to shout out Detroit, I do. So I apologize. So shout out to everybody in the D. My next panelist, she's a mom of two talented grown adult children. She's a glam mom. She's a wife. She's a loving daughter. And she's the matriarch of her family. However, Yolanda Bennett has been an educator for well over 25 years. And her motto is, no, she's going to fill you in, okay? I'm just keeping it brief. She'll fill you in. But her motto is, when you have the ability to move forward, don't forget to extend your hand to the person behind you. She's all about her community. She's about empowering her people. And she definitely has a passion for uh, helping women to kind of move forward. That education is the key, and that you can be educated regardless of what age you are. So, we're going to now welcome Dr. Yolanda Bennett.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Look, I was up back here trying to adjust my light and everything, making
No,
sure
it
everything
looks
was
good.
good.
It's okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Carla, again for that wonderful introduction. I forgot about that little saying that I had. Because I have so many different
Yeah,
things
you
that
do. I was going to say that. You say a lot.
I
Okay.
do. I have so many different things but you did hit it on the head. My passion is education.
Mhm.
And I definitely believe in empowering women to go further in their education. And sometimes, before I even get on my whole thing, because I want to quote some stats and talk a little bit about moving forward. And I think, Carla, we talked about this too, about moving forward as a woman, um, and really, if redefining who we need to be. And in some cases, you have to reinvent yourself. And so that's what I want to share today about really reinventing yourself. I know that we've had some viewers that have asked about going back to school. What does that mean? And that's a big thing as well. I too went back to school to get my doctorate degree in 2015. And I did it at a time where I felt everything was right in my life. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to do that, but I thought that I was going to have that doctorate degree when I had turned 50. That did not happen. And that's okay because I had kids in college. financially wasn't really ready to take on that expense since we had kids, two kids in college. And so I waited to 2015, and I just decided this is what I wanted to do. And in 2018 I got my doctorate degree in educational leadership. So let me just give you a little bit of background on myself to let you know why I'm so passionate about education and why I think it works for the masses, for a lot of people. And it doesn't mean that you have to go to school to get a degree, but you need to start focusing on where does your education lie? Does it lie into going back to school to get a degree? Or does it mean you need some type of certification? Or you need more knowledge or more education based on what you already know? So, all of those things to me, I put under education. So, let me just give you that little background. Carla told you. We have been friends since we were little girls. Our parents, our moms, are best friends, and they were friends since they were like what 5 years old, kindergarten, that kind of thing.
Something like, yeah, something like that.
Right? So
Long
they've
time.
been friends like forever. And
Hmm.
so Carla and her sister, and me and my sister at the time, it was just two of us. These were the only other girls that I knew outside of my family.
Right.
And so they instantly became our best friends and our friends because we did stuff pretty much every weekend together.
Hmm.
So I've known Carla for a very, very long time. And she knows my family, I know her family, all that good stuff. But anyway, yes, I've been an educator for over 20 plus years. I thoroughly enjoy education. I've taught GED math and writing for years. I've taught English as a second language for over 20 years. I've also taught literacy classes and courses and worked at a literacy program. And currently, I am the education specialist for our healthcare programs. So I work with a lot of our nurses, our phlebotomists, students, and all of those students, getting them prepared to help them make it through their program. In addition to that, I'm also working on some articles that I'm writing. Prayerfully, I can get these articles completed and published by the end of the year. And so, one of them that we're going to talk a little bit about is some research, recent research that I've done. And it's talking about ageism and women over 40 going back to school. And remember, I just said education could be a lot of things. It could be going back to school, it could be getting your certification, it could be really advancing the career that you already have or would like to turn something that you know and that you're really good at and turning that into something that could be beneficial for you in terms of your self interest. And don't forget, I believe in making money. I'm not afraid to say that, you know, make money. Okay, I'm just going to say that. Doesn't You don't have to chase the dollar, but I believe in I'm okay with money. I'll put it out there like that. I know some of you probably gonna be like, "What?" No, I'm okay with money. So let's talk about a little bit about some of the things that I think I had shared on another podcast that we were talking about reinventing ourselves or going back to school. And one of the things that I like to use a model that I use in my classroom, and it's called a KWL chart. And for our educators out there, you know that this refers to writing or this refers to comprehension of a lesson. So for me, I like to use this also in terms of how I'm reinventing myself. And I wanted to be very descriptive about this because I want people to understand. I want women to understand here is how you're going to have to start shifting your mind when you start thinking about how do I reinvent myself? How do I get back in school? How do I get back into the workforce if you've been home? I was a stay at home mom for 5 years. And, I had to get back out there. Had two little babies. I have twins. Had two little babies. My husband wasn't making a whole lot of money at the time. We needed another income in the house. So I had to really start thinking about I've been out of the workforce for 5 years. How do I get myself back into it? And is it what I really want to do? Or do I go back to what I really know? So I always think about that every single time. So how I like to look at it is really kind of building on what you know. If you don't know, then build on what you want to know. So I use what I call a simple KWL chart. And, if we look at what the K stands for, it's really what do you want to know? Or actually, I'm sorry, what do you know? What are your skills? What are your experience? What would you like to build on? And if you already have that kind of knowledge, can you take it to the next level? Because these are all the things that you know. I've always enjoyed education. Absolutely. I cannot see myself not being in education. So I knew that I had to advance myself in that area. Classroom instructor, love it. Never ever want to leave the classroom. But I also wanted to be a person who taught other educators how to be effective in their classroom. And so that's hence why I went back to school and got my master's degree in curriculum instruction. And then later, like I said before, got my doctorate degree in educational leadership. And yes, do I do that? I do. I absolutely do that. I forgot to throw that in there. And we'll talk a little bit about contract work. Um, Also, let's look at the W for the KWL chart. And we're going to talk a little bit more extensively about this. But the W is, what do you want to know? Is there something out there? Is there a field or is there some type of skill that you would like to learn? Don't be afraid because you're over 40 that you can't learn something new. That's the beauty in life. You should always want to learn something new. So, what do you do in situations like that? Say, for instance, you want to go back because you've always enjoyed accounting. um, why not go back and, yes, take some classes? Go to your local community college. If you're not real sure about getting back into a 4 year university or a 4 year college, go into your local community college and start taking accounting courses. Learn, find out exactly what it is that you need to know. Maybe you were working a little bit in accounting on your job. Maybe you were in the banking industry and you got out and now you want to get back in, but you want to come in a little differently. Take advantage of that. Go talk to your career counselor at your local community college and find out exactly what it is that you need to do in order to get back into school so that you can start taking some of those courses. And believe it or not, once you do that, you'll probably love it because that's what you wanted to do. So, anything that you want to know. And I'm just using that for something very, very generic. I'm saying simply what is it that you really want to do? What is it that you want to know about? What is it that if you love to cook, if you love being an entrepreneur and you have this whole entrepreneurial spirit, I'm encouraging you to go back and look for those things. Maybe you want to find a program that enhances what you want to know. Maybe there's employee training on your job that you have for advancement. Or my favorite, and I do this all the time, I always go and take a bunch of webinars. Some webinars are certification, where you can get a certificate or just be trained in an area. And 9 times out of 10, they don't really cost anything or the cost is very minimal. So you have to make sure that you're opening your mind to all possibilities. And so if this is what you want to do, then I want you to go back and I'm encouraging you to go down that avenue. And then the L for KWL is using everything that you have learned, everything that you've learned. You, woman over 40, have a lot of experience. We are seasoned for a reason. Trust me. We know stuff. We know stuff. And you should be able to share that with others and then let people know, hey, I know this, I know that, I know this. I'm very capable of doing these things. See, one of the things that really bothers me, and I read this, and even in my research that I'm doing, I think that society has put on so many obstacles for women over 40 to make us feel as though we're not important enough or our time has passed. But think about that. how could our time be passed when we're the ones who are actually working? We're the ones who are coming into different organizations with all of the experience. So how could we just be over with, like we're done? Not true. Not true at all. Now, you may not desire to go back into your old field, but there's so many other opportunities that you can get into. And some, yeah, you coming in with lots of experience, with lots of know-how, and you should be able to bring that to the table and that be respected. So I don't want women to feel like, oh, I'm over 40, I'm never going to get the job. The 25-year-olds, the 23-year-olds, they got it. Those are our children. They ain't got no information. They don't have what we know. And I know that people like to see the light, the new stuff and the new people come in. And I say it too. The new people, the young people, they bring in new ideas. But why can't you learn those new ideas too? Why can't you go back to school and learn what they've learned and bring in new ideas? I never understood how people are saying you're 40 and so you're all washed up. I just don't like that.
Let me tell you, it's blowing up over here. It is blowing up over
I'm just
here.
speaking from
I
my
am
heart.
seasoned for a reason. It is blowing up over here. I have a ton of questions. So I just want to jump in and then I'll let
Sure.
you continue to talk. So, looks like we have some viewers that have watched the podcast before with you, myself, and Liz, um, and have a question. So, reinvent themselves. And I'm going to start with the first one, okay? Because this pertains to the education and the stress.
Okay.
Tanya. Tanya is from Queens. Hey,
Yay,
Tanya.
Queens. Hey, Tanya.
And Tanya said that she hates her job with a passion. So she understands the reinvent, but she has some questions. Because she hates her job so much, she can't sleep at night.
Mm,
Okay. Because, when you fall asleep, you have to wake up. When you wake up, you're going back to wherever she works. She is really stressed because she's working in an environment that's not really conducive for women. Okay. That was the first part. So she's stressed. She doesn't have a problem looking for a new job.
mhm.
However, she said when it comes to her savings, she doesn't have as much as she could have had. She doesn't have as much as perhaps she should have because she has two children that she's been kind of sending to school, and their dad left to be with the receptionist at his job. And so he washed his hands of family life, and now she's just there really trying to foot the bill. So when you say reinvent, what does that look like? Now, obviously, it's going to look differently for
Different for
different people,
everybody.
right?
Yes, yes.
But in Tanya's case, Tanya said that she's over 55. So
Hmm.
it's 55 to 60. Doesn't have a lot of money saved, but she does have a 401k. She said she has a couple of
Beautiful.
credit card bills that she needs to pay off. She is at a job and she makes good money. So she said she has a fabulous luxury car. She has a fabulous home because
Me
she
too, Tanya.
shut up. So, she's saying that because she's worked so hard. These are the basics, though, Yolanda,
Absolutely.
honestly. When you get
Absolutely.
to be a certain age, and you know what? I can't even say that because you have a lot of young adults who are buying homes now and buying
Hmm.
luxury cars. So you can't say that. I'm not knocking them at all. But to be between the ages of 55 and 60, if you've been working a job for a while, you make pretty decent money.
You
And if
do.
you work a job for a while, you want a reliable car, right? So if you're going to get a
Absolutely.
reliable car, you're
And
going to
you
get
shouldn't be
something
selling yourself short just
right. You're going to get
because.
something that you really like because,
Absolutely.
and so I get it. I understand. If she leaves the job, then she'll reduce the stress because she hates it,
Oh,
right?
right, right.
Reinventing yourself. What does that look like? What does
I
that look
think
like
I think
between?
for Tanya, I think
Yeah,
that Tanya has already decided in her mind where she wants to go because
yeah.
she
It
knows.
sounds like it. Yeah.
And so I will say this, I'll just give you a short scenario. I worked not necessarily for the institution that I was working for in the past, but I worked under a program in the institution. And I worked under an assistant dean, and I don't care, I'm just going to say it was an assistant dean of curriculum. Won't say the person's name,
Yeah.
but assistant dean of curriculum. And this was the first time I was doing instructional design work. I wasn't really, qualified. I think looking back on that, wasn't really qualified to do the work, but I had great people around me, and I was the manager. I was the instructional designer manager, and so I managed the team who actually did the instructional design work. So I wasn't personally um, qualified to do that kind of work, but I was the manager, and I was qualified to manage and had been a manager for a while at that time. The person that I worked under, the assistant dean, was horrible. She was horrible to me. She was horrible to the staff. And she made my life a living. Oh, I said she. Well, too bad.
No,
Um,
but you
made
didn't
my
say a
life,
name. You didn't say
I
a
did
name.
not say the name, made my life a living hell. And so did the other people. She made the other people life a living hell too. And every day I would come home extremely stressed out. I mean, like stomach hurting. I didn't want to leave the institution I was at. I just wanted to leave that area.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know what I was going to do. And yes, I was paid really good money. But all money ain't good money. We know that.
Mm-mm.
Um, and I just didn't know what to do. I couldn't not work, but I couldn't stay there because, I mean, even now thinking about it, my stomach is turning in knots. I really did just disliked everything about that whole setup. I had to have the courage, though, and to step out on faith. I had to have the courage to go have a conversation with someone else within the organization and tell them about how I was feeling and what I needed to do. And I
Mm-hmm.
actually had to sit down and we had to plan a strategy for my exit, not exit from the institution, but an exit from that particular area that I was working under. That was the best thing that I had done for myself. So that may not necessarily be an option for you, but there are two key things that I said. There has to be a plan. There has to be a plan for your exit. If you don't have a plan for your exit, it's not going to work out well. So I'm saying to you, start thinking about how you want to make that exit. What is it that you want to do? And then how do you go about pursuing it? And one of the things that I always say, get that resume together. We sit around for 5, 10 years, been on a job, 15, 25 years, never redo our resume, never update all the things that you've done within that time. You got the same resume you had when you first started the job. That's unacceptable, ladies. You have to go back and sit down, and every year you need to be updating your resume. I do mine twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year if I have the time. And I had to learn that. Don't think that I was doing this. I was like everybody else. 5, 10 years passed. I still got the same resume. So I've just learned every year that resume needs to be updated, and then start sending it out. You may not even be in the market for a job, but speaking to Tanya, you are. Start sending that puppy out, update it, get it looking good, get it to someone who can go over it and critique it, and start taking the initial steps to send it out. Make that a part of your exit plan. We don't just jump up and leave a job ever, even if we hate the job. Let's start planning to move forward. And once you do that, you will see you will still hate the job, but you won't be stressed because you know you have a plan in motion. And that's when I say start reinventing yourself. Now it's time to start thinking about who is my network? What do I want to do? If this is what I want to do and this is where I see myself, let me start pushing myself in that direction. Let me start gaining the information that I need for my exit, and so that I can go into that next area that I'm looking into, whatever that may be. And that's just not for Tanya. That's for anybody. You have to plan your exit. So I hope, Tanya, that answered your question.
Well, while you were answering Tanya's question, more emails came in. And so someone is responding to what you were telling Tanya. However, reinventing yourself, check mark. They got that. We understand that if you have to work out or use breathing techniques, yoga, they got that. However, they said on their job, the company is laying off people left and right, and no one has any heads up of who's being laid off.
Mm.
Um,
And
she said that that's great advice regarding updating the resume. Great advice. However, she's also like Tanya, between 55 and 60, has 401k. Outside of that, doesn't have much money saved. If her job lets her go, uh, I don't know if they're compensating them for their time being
mhm.
employed at the organization. But if her job lets her go, she said she's not stressed. She's not upset. Like it is what it is. And she'll have to kind of figure it out as she goes. But her question to
I
you,
love it.
yeah, her question to you is you said season for a reason. She's said check mark to that. Um, she would like, and she said she's looking like she's updating her resume, but it looks like the company where she works, they're laying off people every month. And the folks don't know who's being laid off until the beginning of that month,
That's
right?
a
So
shame.
everybody's on edge. She said, would you feel that she was a failure if they let her go before she found a new job? Because you said you need to have an exit plan.
Hmm.
Well, she's working on her resume. She's kind of spoke to a couple of people, but I guess now she's trying to beat the clock. She says
And I get it.
she's worked at this organization for years, and this is the first time. I think she said she worked there for 25 years. This is the
Hmm.
first time that they've seen such chaos at the workplace.
Hmm.
But she too said peace of mind is priceless. She said, she would have to scale down some.
Hmm.
She said, whatever happens, happens at this point.
And I have to agree with her. Did she leave her name? Did she say who she was?
No, she didn't.
Okay. So
Mm,
for that caller, the person who texted or email, I
yeah.
have to agree with you wholeheartedly, because you do have a plan. You've already resolved in your mind, any day it could be me. So
Yeah.
you already know that, okay, if this happens, okay, I'll have to scale back a little bit. I know I'm updating my resume, and I think you're taking the necessary steps because you don't know. But you don't allow them to dictate how you're going to leave and what you're going to do. So if you know this and you have this knowledge that any day it could be you start working on as if the day had already happened
Mm,
and move forward with it. I think most people have had a layoff. I've had a layoff, and it's not a pretty sight. It's not a pretty sight. And for some, they leave there thinking, you know, this is all I am,
mm.
because I've done this for so long.
Well
But
said.
that's not who you are. That's not all of who you are. There are other things. We tend to forget that we have other things that we enjoy and other goals that we wanted to pursue. But because we were stuck in a job, and I don't want to say stuck in a negative way, because
Yeah.
I was stuck in a job too, but I
Mm,
loved my job. Um, you know, we forget that we do have other interests. And now may be the time, and I always say this, God always has a plan. So now may be a time for you to start pursuing the things that God has always intended you
amen. How
to.
about that? Amen.
So that's how I feel about that. I never ever want that people to feel, you know, that they're a failure, because see, they didn't know what you have. That's all that is, and they didn't value what you had. But now
You
you
better say that
go,
again for the people in the back.
now
You
you
better
can,
say that
right,
again
you
for the
can
people in the
go
back.
and be prepared for someone else who wants to take that knowledge and that skills for you. Trust me, I am a woman over 50, and there are days when I've looked back and I'm like, oh Lord, I walk in here, people probably gonna think, I never think that I'm a failure. This is what I always think. And this is my conceitedness. This is how I think when I walk in. Man, they gonna look at me and everybody, they don't know what I know. And the manager that's sitting over there, I know I have more experience than this chick that's sitting over there. I know I walk in like this. So how am I going to harness all of this goodness so that I can walk in, make my delivery, and then start working cohesively with individuals that work there? Because 9 times out of 10, you probably do have far more experience than the person who's going to hire you.
I
And
think
that's the reality of the situation.
I think what you said is well said. I think
Yeah,
that
it's just the
folks,
reality.
mhm. I think that folks are in dysfunctional relationships. Work environments. I think
Yes,
people
work
are in
environment.
functional work environments, and you become comfortable in your dysfunction because you receive a paycheck. So
Hmm.
you dread you dread Monday through Friday. You make do whatever you can on Saturday and Sunday, but you dread to work Monday through Friday because you hate it. And most
Hmm.
people don't necessarily hate the jobs they have, they dislike the people
Yeah,
that they work with.
yeah,
And so you're in this situation, you kind of feel like your back is against the wall. But I think what you said was well said. First and foremost, God is, right?
hmm, absolutely.
So no matter how much planning we do, if it's not in His will, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. We have to
Hmm.
learn to walk in faith. You may not see it, you may not understand it, but you just have to know that God is. Because if He got
Right,
us this far, baby, He's not gonna leave us. He's not.
absolutely.
He's not.
I've never been left yet, so I'm
All
gonna just
right.
put that
Amen.
testimony out there.
So, I what Dr. Bennett said in regards to your exit plan. If something happens and you don't have a job lined up, there's nothing you can do about it.
Right.
You just pick yourself up, you dust yourself off, and you proceed accordingly because you'll
Hmm.
be able to get something.
Oh
And
yeah.
like you said, figure out what your passion is. Because if you're going to
Can I,
continue to work,
right, can
yeah.
I know, and I know, Carla, you know all too well, but I just want to chime in on that one thing.
Mm,
Um, for my professional women, and I consider us all, we work and we are professional women. I don't care what you're doing, you're a professional woman.
right.
Let me just say this. This is one thing that I had to learn, and I've learned this over the last maybe 2, 3 years.
Hmm.
Don't be afraid of contract work. Don't be afraid of contract work when you are looking for your next career, your next job, your next adventure, whatever you want to call it. Don't be afraid of contract work. And I'm going to say that over and over again. A lot of these agencies, employment agencies, have some of the best contract work that one could find. Take advantage of it because that contract work can lead to your next career.
Right.
So don't be afraid. I even though I have a full-time gig, I still do contract work. I contract myself out. I still do it.
And so, just got a text message in contract work. Where do you find it? What do you do? Where is it?
Well, here's the thing. There are tons of employment agencies all over, and I'm talking about professional employment agencies
Hmm.
that look for people who possess a skill. Like my husband, when my husband got laid off, he did contract work. We're a family, we believe in contract work. When he got laid off, he went to and he does accounting. That's his background, and it's always been his background. That's what he's always done, and he was
Hmm.
also an accounting professor. Um, so he went to a professional employment agency
Hmm.
that hires people or contract work and sends them to companies to do X amount of work or X amount of job in that particular field.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying to use. For me, doing contract work, I do contract work with our state of Illinois. I train other instructors to be effective in the classroom throughout community college. It's our Illinois College, Community College Board type thing. And so I do that. And I've been doing that now for the last 5 years. So don't be afraid to go to your professional employment agencies and give them your resume. Take the test that they give. They give you all of these office tests and things like that, and put yourself out there. Don't be afraid to do that. Don't even look down on that kind of work. And you'd be surprised. A lot of those companies will keep a seasoned professionals. So don't be afraid of that. My husband works for the state of Illinois because of contract work. So,
Nice.
and this is his second career. So don't be afraid of that.
So, received another email. I have about 7 emails that I didn't even speak to you about, and we're going to go through them. Received another email, and I don't have a name on this one either, but the person said they feel so much better after hearing what you said about uh, reinventing themselves, and whatever happens. You just have to pick yourself up.
You do.
If it's not an ideal situation, like there's nothing you can do. It's nothing you can do. You just have to be able to move forward, and everything will be okay. Um, for going back to school after 40, one of the viewers said, do they have courses for those over 40? Or are you mixed in with the teeny boppers? This is what you said. This is what you said.
Well, you know what? We get that question a lot, Carla. Uh,
Hmm.
and I'm going to answer it every single time someone asks, because I know women are very nervous about going back to school and
Yeah.
being with your 18, 19, 20-year olds. I get it. I totally get it. But there are certain programs, and I find them in a community college. I can't speak for the 4 years, the
Yes.
4-year universities. I can only talk about the community college because that's where I reside.
Hmm.
Um, there are definitely adult programs, and they call them adult programs
Oh, okay.
that you can go into, and they cater to the adult, usually 25 and older, and
Oh,
these are people who are past the traditional college age. But if you're going to a community college, it's all non-traditional anyway. You're going to have a variety of ages. But yes, most community colleges that I know of do have adult programs. Absolutely. And
okay.
you shouldn't be afraid to be with the teeny boppers, because you coming in with the instructor like me, we love you. we
And
we
why do you say that?
we
Why?
love you because it's a real conversation in class.
Mm.
And it's relatable.
Hmm. Hmm.
We're probably pretty much around the same age,
Yeah, that
and
makes sense.
this actually also be a role model for some of the younger people that are in
Yeah, that
class,
makes sense. That
to
makes sense.
let them know, hey, it's never too late, and you getting yours just like they're getting theirs. And a lot of times you walk away far more successful because you understand, and you
Hmm.
appreciate, and you get why school is important. So
Exactly. Exactly.
you don't take it for granted.
So, this is Shelly.
Hey,
Shelly,
Shelley.
hey Shelly. Shelly wants to know about a time where you worked at a workplace and didn't have a plan. That you didn't have a plan. What did that look like?
Whoo, child.
What did that look like?
Well, it didn't look good, Shelley. It just didn't look good. It left me confused all the time. And
Hmm.
yes, that happens. I Everything that everyone is probably going to talk about, yeah, I experienced that too. That's why I had to get my act together, because yeah, I was all over the place. I sometimes feel that way now, and I know I got a plan. So
Hmm.
it's like, yeah, it doesn't look good, Shelley. It left me confused. Um, I also spent a lot of time doing nothing, and not really focusing on the things that I needed to focus on. So no, I don't ever recommend that. But yeah, there was a time. There was a time. And I can't and I've been at my current institution. I've been there now 11 years. And I think in the beginning when I first started there and I was only teaching one or two courses at the time. I didn't really have a plan. I didn't even know I was going to stay there that this long. But I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and that was another issue. Didn't really know if I wanted to go back into administration or I was just going to continue teaching. I really didn't know. So, and I didn't have a plan. I didn't. So, yeah, I had to get one quick though, Shelly. I'm sorry, I did because it wasn't looking pretty for the girl.
I have another viewer. Her name is Pamela, and she's from Detroit. What up,
Hey,
Pam in
Pam.
the D? What up? She wants to know, being a mom of two children, how did you maneuver through raising your kids and being a working mom? This is a two-part question. And she
Okay.
also wants to know, what career paths did your children go in? Because you
Oh,
stated that your husband was in accounting and that you're an educator. So, what are they doing?
okay. Well, let me go back to the one. Yeah, it was really hard for me. It was hard for me because I was a stay-at-home mom for 5 years when they were little. So, but like I had stated before, I had to get back out into the workforce. It was very difficult for me because Carla knows my family, we're like, and so, we're this tight. And so for me, having two little, we are, we're to a fault, but we won't talk about that.
Mhm.
Um, but being a mom of multiples, having twins, it was difficult. I couldn't get my babies to daycare, and so I decided to stay home and bite the bullet of losing my income, my much needed income at the time, and being home with my babies. I don't regret that at all. I definitely don't regret it. I think my children are who they are because of that.
Mhm.
And my husband and I, we made a decision that I was going to stay home because it was going to cost us more to send them to daycare than it would be for me to just be at home and take care of them.
And it's so much
So
more now than what it used to be.
absolutely, I don't know how
Ridiculous.
moms do it
I
now.
don't know
I
either.
I don't know how they do it.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
But I did make that decision. But yes, there was a lot of mom guilt. I'm not gonna lie. It was a lot of mom guilt. I remember when I think I was about 35, I want to say, and I always tell this story. And my daughter didn't come home from school. Long story short, my child joined the track team and didn't tell us that she was on the track team. She was supposed to walk home with her brother and didn't. And now me and my husband are in a full panic. She joined the track team and was away on a track meet. We won't get into that story. However, if you could see the guilt and the just being extremely serious, and I'm like, why did I start back working? This is when you happen. What happens when you go back to work? Long story short, we got that straight now. That will never happen. That never happened again. But I did feel very guilty about that. But I also had to come to terms with small sacrifice for a big game. Small sacrifice for a big game. And I just had to redo some things in my house. We had to have a family meeting on that, and we had to get some things together during that time. So yeah, I understand that. And as far as what my children do today, they're blessed souls. I love them. My daughter, that same daughter, she is an educator. She teaches third grade, third and fourth grade, but mainly third grade. And she also has a little girl. So I'm a nana. And my son is a clinical psychologist, and he works for the VA in California. So they are wonderful, wonderful adults, and I love being their mom. So that's what's going on with us.
All right. So you're a glam mom
I
now.
am.
Now let me
Check
just say
check
this.
Nana out.
Yeah, let me just say this. I know how close your family is, definitely.
Yes.
And I know the relationship that you had with your fabulous grandmother, right?
Yes. Yes.
From all of your years of experience, definitely being underneath your mother, because your mother is super fantastic, fabulous.
Oh, Betty, yep.
Oh, Betty, old girl B, okay? And your grandmother, who was a fantastic cook, who was one of the matriarchs of the community, who fed
Mhm.
people from miles around. And she
Yep.
didn't feed them because, they didn't have homes. That was her passion. She
That was her
loved,
love language.
yeah,
Yes.
she
That was her love
loved
language.
people. She loved to cook. And honey, we were there on time to get a plate of food. Okay.
Right.
What life lessons did you learn from them that you will instill in your granddaughter?
Oh, and you know what? I'm so glad you asked that question. Because
That's a question for me. Okay, that's a question for me.
you know what? Because I was kind of sharing this with my own daughter, and how I approach my granddaughter. I think what I have learned most from my grandmother is that nurturing and that love of food, not so much that it is an unhealthy way, but
Hmm.
when my granddaughter, when she comes to my house and if I'm in the kitchen I'm cooking, she's like this.
She
she
already
gets
got it. She
she
already
gets
got
she gets so excited because
it.
she knows Nana is coming through. So it's like,
Coming through for real.
right. And
Hmm.
so it could be something real simple. She's only a year old, but I started her, and my daughter's gonna really love to know that I'm going to admit this. I couldn't keep her eating baby food like that.
I knew you couldn't. I knew you because that's not
And
how
my
we grew up.
grandmother,
Yeah, that's
yes,
not that's not how we grew up.
right. And
Hmm.
my grandmother did the same exact thing
Yeah, that's not
to
how we
me.
grew up.
And
Mm-mm.
my mother would get so mad. My mother, she tells the story. She's like, I would leave you over there and have your baby food in a diaper bag and everything. I come back, it's the same food. I want to know, what did you eat? And
She
my
was.
grandmother would always say, not any of that. She ate what I cooked.
Hmm.
Why did I do my granddaughter like that at 6 months?
Because that's what you know.
Right.
Because that's what we grew up on. You
Yes.
would bake a sweet potato, okay?
Thank
You would
you.
give them baby sweet potatoes. They didn't give us.
Yes.
I don't remember food in a jar. I don't remember seeing any of the little ones
Right.
in my family with food in a jar. Especially when your grandmother and your aunts are alive. Are you?
Right.
Don't bring that stuff over here. And I did
Right.
the same thing to my nieces also. The same
Yes.
thing. Don't bring that stuff over here. I'm not giving it to them.
Right. So I will say that definitely came from Christine Jackson.
Hmm.
Because my grandbaby, she knows Nana gonna hook you up. I'm gonna hook you up and you gonna be happy and you gonna love it. Also, the love of gardening that my grandmother have. I love flowers, and I don't, in my old house, I had a beautiful garden. In this house, I'm out in the open, like I got a lot of space,
You
but
have
not.
more front yard.
I got way more front yard.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm,
And so, well, it's kind of equal, but I don't necessarily have a designated place for my garden, but I
right.
do have designated place for my flowers. And so
Mhm.
I did get that from my grandmother. And I think just the love of people too, because when you come to my house, like my nieces and nephews, they come here, they think they at a resort. So it's like,
They had a retreat, right?
right.
Mhm.
So that warm, welcoming feeling, that is strictly Christine. I'm gonna tell you that now. That's Christine. My mother even says that. She's like, I come to your house, I'm just gonna kick back because this is kind of house you just kick back at.
Right. Exactly.
So
Exactly.
yes.
If there was one thing that you could tell her that you wish someone had told you when you were a young adult, what would it be?
Oh goodness, Carla, that's difficult. If there's one thing that someone could have told me,
So,
or
okay, let me rephrase it.
okay,
Being a girl is a lot of
yes,
work, right?
yeah. Oh Lord Jesus.
If there was something that someone had told you when you were a young girl about how to appreciate and value yourself,
Okay.
how that it was okay to be you, what would you say to her? 'Cause we live
I
in a
would say
different.
those I would
Okay,
say those things, but I would also say don't take yourself so serious. You don't have just don't. Life happens. Life happens and it's going to always happen. Um, just understand that things may not always go your way, and when they don't, doesn't mean that you are a failure. You just ride that pony and you ride it on out. You do whatever you need to do as necessary and you keep it moving. And you don't have to look back. You don't have to look back. You got this because it's all an experience. It's all it
fantastic.
is. It's an
This is
experience.
completely off track because we're not even talking about education. This is
Right.
I'm
I
sorry.
was gonna go back to my seven
Yeah.
areas women need to
All
focus
right.
on.
Let me. All right. I'm gonna let you go ahead because I'm all off track with it. All right. I'm leaving. Go ahead and complete your because I'm leaving.
All right. But you know what? Sometimes people may need to hear that. So we can't say that they don't. But let me just say this. Let me just say this. Here's something that I wanted everybody to know, and then we could talk about this and we could take some other questions if the time is still there. I just wanted women to understand that there are 7 areas that women need to focus on when we are talking about reinventing ourselves, or we're talking about going back to school or furthering our own experiences and things like that as related to work and whatever. The one thing, and I said it first, was to make sure that you're refreshing your resume. Please do that on a yearly basis. I do mine twice a year. And it's not because I'm always looking for a job, because I'm not always looking for a job, but you never know. You never, ever know what might come across your desk. um, I've always had a position or something that came across my desk that I wasn't even looking for, whether it was for me or I could pass it on to someone else. But there's always something that that will cross your desk. So have your resume updated, because that may be the time where you might want to leave or you might want to think about it. So keep your resume fresh. Don't go a year or two and your resume is still looking the same. Update your new skills on there or things that you might need to add. Second, I would say always build a professional network. Carla is my professional network. She is a part of my professional network. She may not know that, but she is a part of my professional network. And I spend a lot of time working with people in education who work for the state. Those are people who are part of my professional network, because they can offer things or put you in a position where you can do things that you may not have even thought about or could pass your name along. So build your professional network. Also, inform the people around you that you are looking, or that you are exploring other options in your life. So tell people that that's okay. Now, you don't have to tell them your plan, because I don't believe in telling people your plan. And we all know why we don't tell people our plan. But we can certainly tell them that you're thinking about pursuing some other things in your in your area, or other things that you may be interested in. There's nothing wrong with that. Also, like I said before, consider doing contract work or even part-time work. There's nothing wrong with that. You'd be surprised what contract work can bring to your repertoire of your experience and your skills. So definitely consider doing contract work or part-time work. Also, my thing is, which has been my most difficult thing, is, and as much as I talk and I like to speak, developing that elevator pitch. Man, I'm telling you that you I've been in situations where people have just asked me, "So, who are you and what are you about?" Know how to answer that on the fly. That's your elevator pitch. Who are you? What do you do? What are you good at? And then explain some of the results that you've had based on that. Always be able to talk about that, because you never know. You never ever know. So develop that elevator pitch. 30 seconds is all you need just to get your skill out there, to get your knowledge out there. And then, if all of that still has you a little confused, or you might need a little bit more structure, it's okay to get a career coach. That's number 6 on my list. Get a career coach. Get a career coach. They can walk you through some of the same things that, we're discussing today. And then finally, always prepare for your interview. And we say that, but we take that very lightly. That means following up and looking at the company, making sure you understand who you're going after and what they are about. And sometimes it's just not about the product or services they're putting out there. What does that company stand for? And is that something that you want to be a part of? So those are my seven areas that I think that women need to focus on. So I know we're gonna probably have some questions based on that, Carla. So let me know.
We do. I was just checking my email and some text messages, making notes. Um, the resume update, fantastic. Absolutely. Resume update, fantastic. Um, Speak to others around you that are in your tribe.
Yep.
Obviously, we don't want to tell the people where we work, the co-worker that don't like you. No, you don't want to do that. You want to
Right,
speak to
right.
people in your tribe that will be able to assist you and at least perhaps give your resume to someone that may be hiring.
Yep.
Uh, oh God, there's so much that has come through for you. Okay, there's a question here, and it's about the contract work.
Okay.
How does the contract works? How does it work? Because
Right.
essentially you're a freelance art.
Pretty much.
Okay, so
Pretty
you're a
much.
freelancer. Uh,
Yeah.
how does the employee pay taxes, or do you have to pay taxes?
Well, it no, it depends on, what, if you're going through an agency,
Uh
it
huh.
depends on what the agency has. And usually the agency is paying the
Oh,
employer.
okay.
So you don't have to worry. And that's different for every agency. So that would be within your contract. They will tell you that this position is for 6 weeks, 6 months, a year,
Oh,
whatever.
okay.
And so all of that will be worked out in your contract. But typically, the agency is paying the employer and you're getting paid through that. So they're working together so that you can be employed. And so, but it's different for every agency.
Okay. The
For the contract work that I do,
Yeah.
I'm paid by a university in
Oh,
Illinois.
okay.
And so, yeah, I pay taxes at the end of the year. That's actually a
Right.
very good question.
Right.
I
Right.
do. I
Right.
pay taxes at the end of the year. And
Okay.
so the contracts that I do, I usually work with them 3 times a year. And I do workshops and training sessions for like maybe 2 weeks, 2 weeks at a time, 3 times a year. So, but yes, I'm paid by the university, and yes, I do have to pay taxes at the end. So that's
Now,
a very good question.
yeah, I know that you work with an agency to find this contract work. How do you find the agency? I've got
Well,
tons of questions about that.
right. Well, the thing is that I know that oh God, now why can't I think of any of the agencies because they're very popular. If you go into, and you can Google this, if you look for professional employment agencies, you'll have a ton of list of them. One of the ones that my husband has always used is Account Temps. Account Temps is nationwide, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I think
Yeah, that's
they're
fine.
nationwide. But Account Temps, and then there's some others that are out there too. And so if you just Google professional employment agencies, because some of the other agencies that are out there, and I'm not saying that these guys don't do that, they're
Hmm.
usually like simple clerical or secretarial work.
Entry
Right,
level
entry
job.
level. So you want to be on the professional end of that.
When you say rework your resume,
Oh, yes.
how many pages does your resume consist of? Because that's one of the number
It's
one.
key. It's
Yeah.
key.
How
Okay.
many pages does your resume consist of, and what's too much?
Okay. So I don't even have mine in front of me to say, but anyway, let me just say this. Okay, I'm gonna give you two.
Yep.
For a professional woman, you do whatever your profession is. I'm going to say this. The one thing you need to do is if you have job experience on there that's more than 10 years old, you need to take that off your resume because nobody's really interested in that. And I used to be a hiring manager. I'm going to tell you that right now. Take that off because if it's 10, 15, 20 years, now if that's all you've done and that's where you are, then of course that's your current work. But if it's something that you did back in 1980, I just don't know why that's on your resume. Even if you did that in 2000, no, I don't want to say 2000. Let's say 1998 or 99. Why is that still on your resume? Now you could talk about that in your cover letter of your years of experience in a certain area, but that shouldn't be on there. So first, let's clean up what's on there. If it's more than 10 years, 10, 15 years on the resume, it shouldn't even be on your resume. Take that off
Okay. Okay. Well
automatically.
said.
Also, because you have worked a lot of years, I don't like objectives on there. I think that's very entry level. You can put on there a profile, but not an object. I personally, now that's up to you. I just personally don't think that that's necessary. You could put a profile of what it is that you do. I am a 31-year educated, blah blah blah. You can
Yeah.
put that on there if you want to
And
make
there's
it look
tons of
great.
resources that you can utilize. Google is
Absolutely.
because
Use a
I'm a
template.
Google doctor. I'm a Google
Right,
doctor.
right.
So
Use a template.
yeah.
But my one thing is clean up your resume. Clean it up. Take the old stuff off. You don't need your grade point average on there. You don't need where you went to high school. Even if you went to college, if you have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, that still pretty much should be there. But I'm going to tell you, even today, I've taken off my bachelor's degree because I have a doctorate degree. So I had to have that.
Dr.
So
Bennett,
clean that up. Right.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. I'm not even checking the time. Like I realize
Uh-oh.
that
Uh-oh.
Jess is on. So I'm going to put you in the room. We can continue. We'll continue later. Just hang
Okay.
out. All right. We
Okay.
love you.
Not a
Stay,
problem.
just hang out in the room. I'm coming.
Okay.
Okay. Bye. All right. So I'm sorry, family. Talking to Dr. Bennett and lost track of time. My next guest is an owner and operator of Pepper Fusion Catering based out of Atlanta, Georgia. She's a veteran, a fabulous mom, and an outstanding cook. She caters events large and small, and she's always available to sit down with you and bring your vision to life. And that pertains to any event: weddings, baby showers, birthday parties. She is the one that you need to talk to if you want to make a dollar holla. Jess,
Hey, how are you?
I am in the building. How are you? So nice to see you. We love you.
Y'all hear me okay? See me okay a little bit?
Yep, hear you okay, see you okay. You're the bomb. I kind of read some of your bio, but there's so much more to you guys that I really can't read it all. So I'm going to let you take it away. But Jess's segment today is about how to make a dollar holla. I am so hungry. I wish that I was next door. I always tell you this. Let me just give you guys a little insight on this, though. So, scrolling through social media, I ran across pictures that she had posted of her meals, and I started to reply back to the photos. My God, I wish I lived next door to you because the stuff that you cook looks fantastic. And that's how our friendship began. So, I don't know
Yeah.
what you're cooking today, but I certainly wish I was next door to you. So, I'm gonna
I'm
let
gonna
you take it away. Take it away. Oh, my bad. Hold on, Jess. All right,
cool.
I'm leaving. And
Hey, everybody. I'm Chef Jess. So let me tell you a little bit about me. First, I'm gonna make you laugh a little bit because I'm silly and that's just my gregarious nature. But even more than that, I love food, and food is like a common like gatherer. Every time I think of my best memories, they're surrounded by food. So I love that. So today before I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna cook before I introduce myself. So you already know I'm Chef Jess. I'll tell you a little bit more about me and we'll cook and work. And I pray that y'all can see me because I broke my tripod so I can sit you higher and angle and do all my angles. See, y'all just
We
give
can
me.
see you. We can see you. We can see you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna let y'all see what I do. So I'm gonna bring stuff up to your eye level too. But before we talk about what we're gonna do to make this dollar holler, because that's exactly what we're gonna do, I'm gonna tell you the ingredients to make it scream. So first, we have some spices. I put them together on a plate for y'all, so y'all didn't have to trip. Spices. So we have lemon pepper, a garlic parmesan mix that I get from Costco, and I should have left the bottle out. We have some mixed Italian herbs. We have some all-purpose seasoning, some paprika, a little cayenne, some orange pepper, y'all. My daddy was in the store, found some orange pepper, and he said, "I know you could do something with this." So I said, "You're right." So that's what people bring me as gifts now, spices and overseas stuff. So anyway, parsley, garlic, and I have some thyme right here. You gotta have some thyme, y'all. I have some water over here boiling, steam. So you know we're gonna do some pasta already. So those are the spices that are going to go into this shrimp pasta. And let me tell you how we're gonna make this dollar. I'm gonna squeeze this dollar. But I ain't just gonna squeeze it on this one-off occasion, like this isolated instance where people say, "Oh yeah, girl, you gotta shop on sale." I'm talking about when you go in the store on a regular basis, this is what you're gonna pay for it. And if they have a markdown, then it is what it is. Do you? So what I had a markdown on, I was driving down the street yesterday, and I swear y'all didn't know exactly what I was gonna cook. I just knew it would be with shrimp. So I marinated some shrimp for y'all. I had some marinated shrimp and some lemon pepper situation marinated. But guess where I got it from, y'all? Kroger. And Kroger has a bunch of stores. Even if you don't go to Kroger's, they have Fred Meyer's and a bunch of stores under their umbrella. 10 for 10, y'all. Regular day in Kroger, 10 for 10. It's a marinade, lemon pepper. You can eat it as a dressing, but it's a marinade for me. And I get it, 10 for 10. So yesterday I was passing by the church and I didn't know what was going on. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and they were giving away bags of food. And I said, okay, I'm game. So I always know somebody want to eat. So they had tomatoes, and they were super ripe. Tomatoes. I had some peppers in my refrigerator, and I keep my produce in something, a little joint like this, and I just put it in there when I'm done with it so it won't completely dry or anything in the fridge. I had basil from my garden, fresh garlic, onion, but they also gave me eggplant, collard greens, and some other stuff in there. I said, and some apples and onions. I said, this is amazing. So that's where those onions come from, y'all. That's where the onions, right here. That's where they came from. The garden situation, the free box at the church. So I have an induction cooker that I'm using in front of you. So we're going to make what I call street shrimp. You know why they street shrimp? Because I got the food off the street yesterday. They gave it to me at the church. I went in my garden, got some basil and some parsley. I said, oh, this like urban fare. So we're going to call it street shrimp. Now, I don't know what you call it, but it's pretty much a creamy shrimp. And the cows be outside. So, you know what I'm calling it? Street shrimp. We sticking with that. But let me tell y'all while I'm cooking a little something about me. And I'll butt in and go ahead and give you the oils and stuff that I'm using. So I already gave y'all $1 pointer. Go ahead. So the shrimp, let me tell you, I got these shrimp. So if you go to Walmart, Kroger, or any of these chain stores, a lot of times over in the freezer section, they had a medium or large shrimp. Let me turn this down a bit. They had a medium and large shrimp for about $5, $6. Well, now we know about inflation. So, they about $6.50 now. And that's cool, but they used to be $5. I keep bags of those, y'all. $25, you look like you balling. You can do a shrimp bowl with that. So I just have that and go ahead. And that's what I use to go ahead and stock my freezer up. And as I stock my freezer with it, that's what I just go to it. And it gets you done. And this meal will be done in 20 minutes, y'all. I don't know if y'all can hear that sizzle, but I made sure I got y'all some good stuff going. So I was in, so even as a kid, so let me tell you a little about myself, because you can barely see me with all this smoke. So I grew up in Anchorage, Alaska. My parents. My dad was Army. I was also an Army veteran. So my dad, we were up there, and I always loved food. So everybody teased me. They're like, all she think about is eating. I was like, y'all eating, talking about me. But okay, I get it. So I went ahead and I was always bothering my mama to get in the kitchen and cook. But back then, if you were flipping burgers for a job, you just weren't successful with your life. So I didn't think it was a smart idea for me to go to school. And only people were talking about overseas people for like culinary school or like fancy folks and whatnot. So I said, somebody should have told me to cook. I just got the shrimp in here, y'all. So after all that, I said, well, I'm not gonna go to school for that. I'm going to school for business. So I went to school for business. For my sixth grade project, guess what I did, y'all? Beef stir fry for my sixth grade class for my mama's electric walk in Anchorage, Alaska. Walk to school, Eagle River. Walk to school with the walk, and she helped me cut up my vegetables. We put it in her Tupperware, y'all, old school Tupperware with the little star pattern on the top of it. Had that, went with my vegetables and stuff, and Ziplocs and Tupperware, and I went and did a stir fry in sixth grade in front of the class. So I've always loved to cook. People always say, when did you love it? I've always loved to cook. So we get these little 650 shrimp in there, that's what we're gonna call them. 650 for our street shrimp, because we got everything from the street, y'all. Our folks was out there doing big things. I also got an eggplant if y'all interested. I'll make eggplant parmesan tomorrow with this free eggplant. Anyway, so they was blessing folks. So I'm gonna bless some folks after this. So anyway, because I ain't gonna be able to eat this. Somebody gonna come from my stairs and be trying to get in here because they already smell me talking about what you doing for this presentation. Okay, y'all. So I just got the so I walked to school, got in front of class, I did a report on China, and I did a beef stir fry. Y'all, was lit back then. They didn't know I was lit, but I was lit back then. So anyway, Carla know I'm lit. So anyway, so then fast forward to middle school, I take every homemade class they have, every single one, every one of them. I just love being in the kitchen after school, and my mama made us take out 2 chickens. After school, please. We had to have that chicken out. I got some butter, y'all. So I'm have butter. Now I buy the butter when it's on sale, but if it's not on sale, you can get it for $3. At Walmart, you can get salted or unsalted, but salted lasts longer if you're gonna put it in the freezer. Take this butter, y'all. You gotta have goodness in this pan. I wish y'all could see. Let me see. This pan right here. Look, all them bits and juices. We about to tear it up. So anyway, with the shrimp and a little bit of marinade, I'm gonna saute these vegetables. But no, fast forward, I took all the homemade classes in high school. I took my mom's electric skillet to school and made pancakes for my drama debate class. I'm sorry, speech and debate class. I took drama too. But I was always doing something. I was always super extra. And we're gonna put olive oil. I keep mine in a jar like this. I've always done it, even before we had MySpace. I was doing this, so even if I did bite it, it would be okay. But it's something I was already doing. So anyway, I took her skillet to school and I said, ooh, I'm gonna do these pancakes. I took maple syrup and Ancient Mama at the time. I get to Paper Mill Mining Company or something now. But anyway, it was Ancient Mama when I was growing up. I took that to school and I made people plates of pancakes. But I had to take paper plates because we had dishes like that. So I took the paper plates. I was lit, y'all. I got an A on that one too. I feel the teacher, she was so full. I don't even know if they enjoyed the rest of the day with the other speeches. They probably was tired of them talking. Let us go to sleep, please. Oh, and make $1 holler. So I had these, I want to tell y'all something about squeezing and going ahead and preserving some of your coins so you can allocate those funds to something else. These try to sneak away from me in my fridge. And the vegetable bin under some carrots. They try to hide out, but they don't know they're going to get used. So they got a little paper. I'm going to take that off. And it's still going to be garnished. And we still going to enjoy it. So I had 2 peppers like that too. In my little overflow veggie container. I had a couple peppers trying to hide from me too. A couple sweet peppers. We putting that in our street shrimp. Play with me. And then we're going to put these tomatoes in there because they was extra ripe. And they're going to be fabulous on this angel hair pasta I'm about to drop in the water. So I did that in high school, and even then, I was going to school for fashion merchandising and business management. I wouldn't even think about cooking for real except for my kids, which I have 4 of, by the way. So I had 4 children, 30. I had my son, his oldest, is 30. He's 30, y'all. And I broke that pasta because it's street, and we got to keep it with the street. So I broke that pasta. Usually I would put it in the pan and let it fan out and do its thing. You can do it either way, but I feel like keeping it real today. So this is what we're doing. The water is already salted. It's doing this thing. So in the pan, and I brown my butter ever so slightly because something about that nutty brown butter just works. But this ain't all we putting in this butter, y'all. First, we have the onions. Oh, they are already starting to smell good. I had fresh basil from my garden, street, and I had some fresh garlic I just chopped up. Don't be stingy with garlic, y'all. If y'all got to kiss somebody, make sure they eat the garlic too and don't trip. Y'all smell the same. Don't trip. I'm going to cut these peppers up real quick as I saute and stir. Turn this down. It's everything, y'all. It is coming up. There we go. Let me get over here. There you go. See me, see steam. We in there. Oh my, today is the day to be my neighbor. Believe me when I tell you that. Let me grab a knife. Let's cut up these couple peppers we have real quick to put them in there with the garlic and the onion. And these green onions that played with me and tried to get away from me, please. Street shrimp it is. And then these two, and this is just pretty much dumping your fridge. Now guess what I get these peppers for? I go to Costco. Now I believe in that membership. Now some people do Sam's, BJ's, whatever you like. I usually do all three. Right now I'm only BJ's and Costco's. But I do the subscriptions because I do cater a lot. And Restaurant Depot. But I also go to just regular grocers. And I promise you, you get these peppers for $4, $3.99 for a bag of those sweet color peppers. Not only is it vitamin C, the capsaicin level is low. Capsaicin, couldn't get it out. It's low in those. It's not hot. They're sweet. They add color. And if you cook with vegetables the whole time you're cooking, like throughout your food, it's the best way to stretch your dollar. Because I promise you, there's not much shrimp here. I put them back in the original marinade, kind of seared them up a little bit. It's not much in there. But I promise you, it's going to stretch and be amazing. And then I use angel hair pasta. 10 for 10. 10 for 10, y'all. Stay on it. And I promise you, in my pantry, which I'll show y'all because I'm not embarrassed about that. I'm going to show y'all my pantry and show you how I stack things. So another thing we have that we're going to put in this street shrimp is artichoke hearts. Now, I already took them out. I just wanted you to see the label. Artichoke hearts. I keep those in my fridge. I literally have made 8 meals with this and dips with these artichoke hearts. They come 2 in a pack at Costco, and you just get them and then some sun-dried tomatoes. Not only are they high in vitamin stuff, they add a little bit of sweetness with the savory that I'm about to have and all those herbs I'm going to add. It's just amazing. So you get these are lifesavers. They go in your fridge, your pantry, and you just work with it. And you just cut it up, and it's amazing. So I'm going to use about this much of it. Out of this jar, sorry, my angles. This jar I'm using like this much. I'm not using that much. Out of the artichokes, that much. And then all these other vegetables, you just have flavor going on in here. I already showed you the cream. Not the cream, I'm sorry. The veggies, I have some dairy going in here. With a WIC voucher, you can almost make the WIC voucher and about $6.50, you can make this one. But that's just really stretching. Also, it gets kids. I have 4 kids, like I said, and they love veggies. And my kids came up in a time because my oldest son is 30. Then I have 3 daughters from there, 28, 27, and 22. And all of them love vegetables. When they make sandwiches, they're looking for their vegetables. When they make even hot dog, even when we do homemade chili for chili dogs, it's an event. And in the chili, all those flavors are layered in there. So you have garlic, onion, shallots. Sometimes if I have them, whatever I have, I'm trying to get rid of. Sometimes you can put a little celery. I do a little carrots, sweet peppers, not big piece of carrots where you know it's carrot. You can shred it. You can chop it up fine. If your chop game is everything, boo, let it be everything. And I just do all that stuff and I layer the flavors in there. You can't help but love it. It's just like you forget there's veggies in there. You just know this is it's barely any meat. Like the meat's in there, and I'm not even close to being a vegan, y'all. I'm talking about a weeknight meal. You trying to get it out the way. Not even close. We haven't even put any seasonings in here yet. We just working on herbs and veggies right now. Some root vegetables. We're just really doing it. I'm letting everything get warmed up and come together so we can make this sauce. I promise you. But my kids love veggies. And you're not getting like big pieces in here. You're just letting it cook down a little bit because the shrimp cooks in minutes. While I've been talking to you, the shrimp are done. We're going to put it in here, our street shrimp, but they're done. And I've just been running my mouth about a little bit of everything. After work, though, if you're a real G like me, these lashes come off. When I get ready to cook, hair gets tied up. It's usually a bonnet, though, y'all, and I ain't do cars like that. It's a bonnet I usually have on. A bonnet, the lashes come off, and I don't care who in my house. And I've never had a problem getting a partner. Let's just put that out there. They ready to eat. Ain't nobody saying if your lashes look long. What? Plus, I just don't know who would be complaining about this. You got them kind of people, baby. They might not even kick it with you because they don't know what to do with themselves. So we're going to put these tomatoes in there, and everything is pretty much when I bring it home from the market. Sometimes I have time to clean it right then. If I don't, I just clean it at the sink, get it together. I keep a big industrial size thing of vinegar because I'm always vinegaring up something. I'm always doing the most. Sorry, I'll drop that. But And this sauce just comes together seamlessly. We're about to check these noodles. They'll be done in a moment. Street shrimp, y'all. Awesome, but and it's budget friendly. I promise you. This meal, if you bought these ingredients and didn't get the box from the church, under $20. If it will feed four, it will feed four. And I'm talking about kids. I told y'all, I'm not little. So my kids eat too. None of them are like bigger than me, but they have really healthy appetites. And my two grandbabies, they come in here and the first thing they do is get on one of my two KitchenAids and let's do this. So I'm making homemade Pop-Tarts and everything. You know how I do to get the veggies in there. I get a little spinach sometimes in the fruit mix. Put it in there. Them kids don't even know they eat spinach. They just know they want their grandmama food. So anyway, we're going to put these tomatoes in there now that all the artichoke and sun-dried tomatoes. And it's not going to look like a marinara sauce. Not even. It's not going to look like marinara sauce. It's going to be more like fresh tomatoes. They're in season. And these are not hothouse. They're just regular tomatoes off the vine. You can get them, and those at Walmart, you can get those. 3 little tomatoes in a little pack. Y'all know what I'm talking about? $2. You can make that dollar stretch. Don't tell me you can't make it happen. You got this. Just don't let them judge you, though, because you have to handle your business. You have to. You have to. Look. Pasta. Guess what, y'all? Done. Angel here. But I'm going to taste it. I'm going to taste this so I can eat on camera. I'm definitely going to get to this. Delicious. They don't need to cook another second, not one more. So, and usually I would just drop the pasta in there because I need some of the pasta water anyway. But today I don't want my pasta to be soggy. And while the tomatoes cook, we're gonna go get the pasta out of the water. And I'm already sick of those columns. We'll get the pasta started. I had to go off camera. I had to go off script a little bit, y'all. And we're gonna put all this pasta. We're going to leave a little bit of the pasta water to thin the sauce just a little. And in the sauce, when y'all see me put this together, you're going to be mad you're not here eating it. I'm mad I ain't even tasted it yet. I ain't even put the spices in yet. There we go. So we have all the angel hair pasta. Now, honestly, what I'm doing here in front of you, I gave you the price for more ingredients. This stuff, this will feed too. So, you know, you trying to have that moment in your life with the person that you like to eat with, because everybody ain't got to be married or engaged or together to enjoy themselves. Stop beating yourself up for that, ladies. So anyway, grown women can be single as well. So anyway, when you do this, it's the sauce, y'all. It's the sauce for me. It's the sauce coming together. It's the sauce for me. And it'll look a little like marinara, but it won't be. And the shrimp will be in there. It's succulent. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Now I'm about to put some spices in there. So you remember the spices we had: lemon pepper, garlic, parsley, orange pepper, all-purpose seasoning, paprika, cayenne pepper, Italian seasoning, a Parmesan smoked salt like seasoning. Put it in there. Put it in there. Dump. What? Ooh. All right, we're gonna stir that up. Now watch this, y'all. I'm about to put, you can tell I live in Atlanta. So much, y'all. Watch this, y'all. I'm about to put this milk in here. I told you can almost do it with a WIC voucher. Put that in there. And we just gonna let this come up to another little simmer. And all the flavors will start to infuse. And then I cook and clean as I go. Even if I'm talking to y'all, I'm cooking and cleaning as I go. We'll put the shrimp in there in a minute, but let's talk, now that we're waiting on this sauce a little bit, let's talk a little more about me. So my kids, they grew up with a mama who cooks like all the time. Like I always was trying to make something from fried ice cream that I learned in school because I took every culinary little situation they had in there. From that to making homemade toasted strudel with puff pastry, which I have in my freezer right now. It's just crazy the amount of things that I want to do with food. So now, y'all, my new venture, I'm about to do some butter candles. Yes, y'all, edible butter candles. So when you put it on top, imagine this, because I do bougie bites at my house with my friends. And I could have put mushrooms in here, y'all, because I had them in my fridge. But everybody, some people talking about they don't eat fungus and stuff. Really get my nerves. But But if I'm being honest, it would be so delicious in here, and it would also give it more heartiness. I should have put more mushrooms, but no, I'm gonna take the butter candle glass, right, with the stem, make it cute. Martini glass, drop it in there, and a butter candle is nothing but infused butter, and you put it in a mold it out, and I'm gonna post it soon at Chef Jess 72, Chef Jess 72 on IG, and Chef Jess 1972 on TikTok, and I'm Pepper Fusion on Facebook. But no, and I just really want to take that butter candle that I'm gonna make with the infused rosemary, thyme, garlic, onion, and really chop it up, get the butter infused and cool it off in little molds, put it in the freezer, put a wick in it, put it in the glass, light it with the little warmed up shrimp around it. So you just dip it in the melted butter and go. It's gonna be everything, y'all. It's gonna be everything. And what this did, the tomatoes, y'all, they're so acidic, they picked up all the little tender, all the little bits when I seared the shrimp. And don't be scared to sear that shrimp on high, y'all. Go ahead, medium high, sear that shrimp, get it done. Should take you a minute and a half. Nobody has time to be sweating in the kitchen all day, especially if you about to turn 50 this year like me. Hot. Hot. That's what we're doing. So anyway, I just put a little cream in there. Don't play with me. $2. And you don't need all of it. $2. And go ahead and buy the store brand this cream. You don't have to have Land O'Lakes. I love them, but you don't have to have that. This is budget friendly. Y'all seen that inflation? I know y'all seen the gas. That's why we on the podcast. Because if you'd asked me to come in person, I don't know if I got gas to do all that. Girl, because they tripping. So anyway, we'll put some fresh basil in there. Do this. Top it off. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready for me. I'm telling you, this is about to be succulent. Now I'm gonna show y'all what I got. I know y'all can see me, but you really see it. See? And you can see all the tomatoes and stuff. My induction cooker, like, girl, put that pot back down. But it's just, y'all ain't ready. I'm about to get in this in a minute. I can't. So now you remember we had that lemon, because I would definitely hit this with some lemon. We had the lemon marinade. 10 for 10, y'all. 10 for 10. And you ain't gotta buy 10, just buy one if that's all you want. Like, don't make it like extra complicated. I don't believe in that. Put that over there like I got a sous chef in here. I don't. So put all this over here. Now, what would I be if I didn't put that shrimp in there? Hit y'all with the Parmesan. I'm freshly grated for you. I'm gonna show you how I get down up in here. Now you can buy this grated. Now I bought this and y'all think I'm playing, but I think the Costco label's still on it, so you know I'm not lying. I've had this for 3 months. It was $9.31 for this, and it was more than this. It was all the way down. Cheese was all up in there. I'm telling you, you have to make that money for you. That membership, you saying something. I can't speak for everybody's membership, but that one, I got to pay. I got to pay. So conversely, I put all that in there, and I seen this little bit of oil from the sun-dried tomatoes. What I look like? Can't get away. Can't get away. We're not doing that. Oh, I haven't even tasted it yet, and I know it's good, y'all. I'm gonna let this simmer for a minute, though. So when I went in the Army, that was yet another chance for me, y'all, to say, girl, you should cook. You could be a chef. Your dad was a chef in the military. You should be a chef in the military. Nope. I was the one that ordered the food himself. I was supply. I said, why didn't anybody just strongly encourage, girl, you need to be in somebody's culinary program? Didn't do it. So anyway, look at this, y'all. Oh my gosh. This is why I've been married twice. Now I ain't gonna lie to you. This is one of my best gifts. If we had to be honest about what Jessica can do, this Jess know how to do. So anyway, now we're gonna get ready to take the pasta and let it thicken up and get some of this pasta sauce. So let me put the pasta in here. The tongs that made me sick a second ago. Put that pasta in there. We strained it. Go on, put it in there. This meal's about to be done. I'm about to hit it with the cheese magic. This meal's about to be so done. It's not even, I ain't even using up dishes, y'all, to run my dishwasher for real. This how I know it's good. That's how I know. After work, under $20, and you look impressive. You put this together, you got the person you like to eat with, or CE. You got them sitting there waiting on you to say something. They just know it smells good in here. They like, oh my God, what are you in there doing? But you know what you do to get real fancy? You go over to get you some crusty bread or some garlic toast, some Texas toast. I ain't ready. I'm telling you. And you cheese it up a little bit. But look at this. I don't know if y'all can see that spin. Hold on, let me take it out. I don't know if y'all see that. Too easy. I barely need the pasta water. I don't even need to thicken this up. I'm gonna let that sit there. And guess what I'm gonna do, y'all? I'm gonna hit it with that. I'm gonna hit it with that extra pat of butter to make it extra rich. And then I'm gonna grate this cheese with this grater I probably had too long. It's KitchenAid. It better not break on me, y'all. It's been trying to clown on me because I've had it too long. It needs to go to grater heaven, but I'm not ready yet. So we're gonna put this grater in hospice because it's gonna stay here till I'm ready for it to go. But yeah, you just pop that Parmesan cheese, and you can use a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because you pay $9.31 for this big old block, and I've had it for 2 months, and I'm always hitting somebody's food with the grater. That's why I thought it was gonna clown me because it's getting a little loose. I'm not gonna fry it, but deliciousness. I like a little bit of cheese. So now, if you super jiggy, if you super that girl or that woman, hit it with a little feta. And the feta will melt down in here. Hit it with a little feta and Parmesan. Maybe a little cream cheese. Y'all know cream cheese is $1 a pack. $2 max. You put that in here. You stretching. You ain't did nothing. Look, y'all. Look. I'm sure I'm gonna tilt it for y'all. I'm tilt it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Let me say this. I knew that when you got on and started to cook, I would be hungry as hell. I didn't have to get some crackers, okay? I had to go get crackers. I had to go get crackers because I've already told you that if I live next door to you, I would be at your house.
To live next door to me. This is the time to live next door to me. I hit it with the cheese. Y'all, it's got fresh basil. Thyme is in it, and I haven't even tasted. That's how you know I'm showing out. I ain't even tasted yet. That's how confident.
The ingredients that you used, that's gonna be delicious.
Oh, you know what?
And it was quick. And it was quick.
Go on, pick up your cracker, and we're gonna do this.
Hold on. I gotta make it.
Oh, it could be a mint. But y'all know I be for real. Like, and I really didn't
messing with you. I'm not even messing with you. It looks delicious because one, it was quick. Two, that was definitely a meal. That was definitely a meal under $20. That was definitely a meal under $20. And you're right. From the amount that I see in the pan, you can definitely feed a family of four or folks in your house.
Look, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice size pot. I used to have a pack of Angel Hair. Have you used the whole pack?
Yeah.
Stop. Mm-hmm. Don't have some turkey sausage or something. I'm telling you, this is street shrimp, y'all. I'm telling you. What's in it? Everything from the street. Everything. That's what's in it.
I have a question for you, though.
Yes.
Some questions have come in. In order to make your dollar holla, you need to have some basic ingredients in your house. And you say that you shop at Costco. So when you shop at Costco, you really get a lot for your money. I don't have a Costco's. I have a Sam's Club, but it's
same principle.
Yeah,
principle same. I go to both in the city of Atlanta.
What items do you need in your house to make your dollar holla? Now I'm gonna go away and then I'm gonna let you take it away.
Thank you. I appreciated the pointed question. This is dope. Items that you must have to make your dollar holler. Fresh garlic. Now I like fresh garlic and it takes no time. I did it in front of y'all, a lot of it. No time to cut up. But if you don't, you can even go to Dollar Tree because I shop everywhere, y'all. Everywhere. So even if you went to Dollar Tree and got the little minced garlic in the brine, so to speak, you have to have onion and garlic. So basically your veggies: onions, garlic, bell pepper, celery, carrots. You got to have those. You can do almost anything with those 5 things as far as a base. Other things to make your dollar stretch: spinach. And I promise you, I'm not lying to y'all about that. Spinach is the other veggie you have to have. Hold on. Spinach. I have it fresh and frozen. I always have it. I buy it by the big bag. You get it for like, the most I've seen it at Publix. If any of y'all familiar with Publix, it's $4.99. You have to have spinach because you can make anything. In fact, I ought to throw some of that spinach in here and turn it on and let it just like zhuzh. But I'm not. We're gonna do the street shrimp. We're gonna leave it like it is, but it's delicious, y'all. Oh my gosh. But you need those things. Those six things I named. You have to have those. Cream or half and half. Milk, cream, half. You have to have some dairy. The dairy things that I always have. If I go on my walk to my refrigerator now, and I need to go shopping on Tuesday. When I go, since today I take for myself. When I go Tuesday, I'll need some more cream cheese, but I have some in there. I always have some heavy cream, even if you get the little one. Wakefield up the street. The little one, I always have shrimp, and I told y'all that first. Like, you get that shrimp, about $25 worth. About $25, $28 worth of shrimp. And that'll be 5 bags or so in your freezer for another time. So to make that dollar stretch, you have to have some shrimp and chicken breast and thighs. If they already had a bone in them, you can cut it away from the bone. Don't trip. You can do that. But all that stuff usually on sale, and let me give you a tip about sales. If you go in the store and you're in there early in the morning, that's when the butcher and them come in and mark the meat down. That's when the meat packers and stuff in the back, they mark it down in the morning. Any manager special, and I'm not talking about the meat that's questionable even for them to even be selling. I'm not talking about that meat. I'm talking about just your basic breast cuts and all that stuff, skirt steak. But yes, the cheap cuts of meat you have to have. The shrimp, the chicken breast and thighs, and you have to get you some skirt steak, some round steak, any of those steaks, the real tough ones. They cook down though beautifully in ground turkey. I can make anything out of that stuff. And then I always have pasta. 10 for 10. 10 for 10 pasta, $1 a box. Get 10. Stop playing. Get 10. And vary it up. It's not just the angel hair that's on sale. Angel hair just cooks fast. You can get the penne pasta. They gave you some free yesterday in that bag. Penne pasta. I always have penne, angel hair, and spaghetti pasta. And usually some kind of bow tie because it looks like you were fancy and you weren't. But I always have those things, and I always have basic spices. So I promised a trip to my pantry so I can tell you better what I always have because I can just show you. Okay. Let me see if I can turn. I don't know if I can turn it around, but this is my pantry, folks. Okay. So my pantry's pretty full, but I always have flour, sugar, butter. I always have butter, not in my pantry, of course. I always have the regular condiments. I have spice condiments, baking goods, different kind of salts, quinoa. I keep quinoa. I seen all these had stuffy mix on sale. You know, them days that you want to do some quick turkey wings or turkey legs from the store. You've seen them on sale because you went there and got the manager special. Seen them on sale. My freezer stays pretty stocked too. I have a deep freezer and I use that a lot for my clients, but just my regular freezer has spinach, chicken thighs and breasts, and always some butter, puff pastry. I always have certain things because those things can get you through a tough spot. They can get you through if you're limited on what you're spending on groceries. They can get you through. So those things I always have in my spices. I do the same way. You have to have the basics, all-purpose seasoning. Mm-hmm. Some people use a lot of paprika. It's cheap and it's cool, and I put some in here, but go to Walmart in that bin for $1 and get the garlic powder, onion powder, Italian seasoning, parsley and stuff, and get all those things for $10. And some lemon pepper for $10. You spiced it up. And if you buy them big at Costco and Sam's or sun-dried tomatoes or something like that, already in the jar, go and just buy everything. And with that chicken and stuff and salmon, fish, all those things that now I don't personally eat every fish, but I love fish. I just don't love tilapia. Yeah. I like the fact that it's plain, but and oddly, I'm not a big tilapia or catfish person, but I love salmon. I'm from Alaska, y'all. I love salmon. I love halibut. I love cod. I love flounder. I love whiting and red snapper. We just fried some last week here. Y'all just don't know. But I say all that to say it's amazing. Like, you can really do some amazing stuff. And I think I went over my time, but I definitely Want those basic
No, but
things?
I got some questions for you, Jess. I got
Oh,
questions
okay.
for you.
Oh no,
So,
I'm talking about your clock. I'm good on mine.
okay, I got some questions for you. First of all, the orange pepper. Where did who purchased? Where did they get it from?
I will show it to you as well. So my dad was at this store here in Atlanta. It's by Badia, y'all. So you probably go online and get it.
Yeah, your dad
But
got it. Right.
yes, Badia, and it's orange pepper, and it really is orange pepper. And I made some chicken. Now I wanted to digress for a second. So we're still talking about this though. If you get some orange pepper and then you went ahead and did what I said and get the breasts or the thighs, and you cut breasts up kind of frozen. You don't have to wait for them to thaw to cook them. And you cut them up and you put this on it and in the sauce and do some orange chicken. And I took some oranges and squeezed the juice and got the zest.
Yeah. That might be your life. Yeah, that might be
Oh
your
my
life.
God. Amazing. These are the kind of things I keep a pretty stocked cabinet, but like I'm a woman of my word. Great value. You've seen it for yourself. Great value. I really do go in there, get like 10, 20 of different things and add it to my already amassed spice collection. And the other thing you have to have is some kind of avocado or oil. I have a couple different oils on my counter: avocado, olive oil. Then I have my sauteing olive oil, which is not extra virgin because it take a higher flash point. We can go on, but yeah, to answer your question, he went to a grocery store, but it's Badia, and you can find Badia in a lot of your local grocers on the international aisle.
All right. We had someone send an email in saying they never thought about using carrots and chili. Like they never thought about adding carrots to chili. Obviously, it can't be big chunks, but they never thought about adding carrots.
Like you chop up onions. I chop and I saute it all in there before I even cook the chili. So all the garlic, onion, carrots, you could put some celery in there, but all that stuff stretching. And carrots and spaghetti is amazing. Now I'm not talking about chunks, y'all. You shouldn't even see them or like have the taste of them like that. It adds to natural sweetness to offset the acidity of tomatoes and stuff. So
nice. I never thought about that either. Soul food restaurants. Do they have soul food restaurants in Alaska? That's what a viewer wants to know.
Actually, they have like two. And off the top of my head, because they're newer establishments, I was just up there in February though. They do have a couple. They do have a couple soul food, but most people in Alaska, it's only 3% of us up there, African Americans, people of color. So it's 3%. They're mostly up there for the money, and then you just kind of stay because you're used to the resources for that. But mostly, all of us get together and cook. We have a lot of extended family, if you will, up there, and we get together, and that's what we do. We make all those classics. Because the other day, my mom is down here in Atlanta with me right now, but my parents still live in Alaska, so they were down there visiting me. We had my daughter's birthday was the 7th. We had fried red snapper, oxtails, yellow rice, and drinks. We showed out, y'all. We showed out.
Oh, I'm hungry.
I made some homemade hot spinach dip, which I can't wait to do for y'all on another podcast. It's another one. By the time I put it together and you put it in the oven and take it out, it's impressive. On a baguette,
Can you find collard greens in Alaska?
Yes, they grow them in a city called Palmer. You can grow them in your personal garden, but they grow so good up there because greens are best after that first frost. They get that sweet bite to them or whatever. Well, you can imagine they're pretty good up there and they get pretty big.
Wow. Okay.
And my mom would buy them and get them a big rat. We go out, pick them, put them in trash bags, and then haul them back and clean them, blanch, and all that stuff.
Wow.
And so
another viewer wants to know. So Thanksgiving is coming up, right? I mean, we have a few months before. However, her concern is with the price of everything being so expensive. What type of meal would you put together with food items costing as much as they do, and you have to feed 4 people, but you still want a decent meal?
Okay, now that's fair. That's fair. I'm always concerned. So I was gonna give a more urban, I don't like to call it that, a more round the way answer, but I won't do that. What I mean is use another resource. But I will say this. I would definitely start. I mean, Costco and their prices really haven't varied that much with this inflation. So I would probably definitely check out some of their spots for the meats and stuff, but definitely go to people don't do this enough. Go to your around the way supermarket. Down here, we have a Food Depot in Wayfield and those smaller markets. They literally have the best prices on produce and meat. Literally. They're better than even than Walmart. They have the best prices on produce and meat. So if you go there and get your meats and stuff, and you're already stocked your pantry with a lot of it. And then I also love Aldi's. I don't know if there's Aldi's near any of y'all, but I love Aldi's. So I'm a new fan. I'm a new fan. I used to didn't shop there. But those things, and you start getting those items together, like your cornmeal and stuff like that, you start getting it together now before they start hiking prices up.
Right.
You're good to go. And they keep for a while. It's all about how you store it. But no, I would definitely go to a run because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to my local grocery stores and farmers markets, and they have a way better price. And then also, don't be scared. Like, I like to make oxtails on Thanksgiving so people can eat those while I know they're spoiled. They can eat oxtails while I'm cooking the rest of the meal and they're waiting. So you don't wait.
God, I love oxtails.
I put oxtails on at like 3-4 in the morning, so they're done when everybody's ready to snack and just eat around. So I don't cook breakfast. I just go ahead and make oxtails and put them in the crock pot with my rice cooker next to it, and I'll just let you go ham while I go ahead and prepare the rest of the food.
Wow.
But I start that stuff early. I go ahead and go to the places, and if I don't do oxtails this year, I'll get that top round I was talking about, y'all, and go ahead and smother that in some gravy and pop that in the oven. And instead of oxtails, we'll have that with some rice. And rice and pop.
Before your Thanksgiving dinner is done, your babies is waking up eating steak and rice with gravy?
Yes.
Oh my God. You see what I mean? How if I was your neighbor? Oh my God.
Yeah. And they now they've come to expect it. It's so out of pocket with them now. They've come to expect it now. They are so. My grandson is spoiled. He's spoiled. He'll be 5. He's spoiled. He's like, no, my house, make a cake. He comes in here and he the flour. He pulls the flour on the counter like, and he knows to go get cake flour for a cake. He knows to go get my cake flour for dinner.
That's all your fault. That is all your fault.
And I want y'all to see this one more time. Look, it's thickened up. Oh, it's thickened up, y'all.
Delicious.
And it's just amazing. It's amazing.
Another viewer wants to know, Jess, chicken. She has some chicken breast. How do you make a dala holla? She has pasta and stuff at home. Well, she actually listed the ingredients that she wanted to use. Chicken breast, frozen corn, garlic bread, and it looks like macaroni noodles. So pasta.
Does she have any cheese?
She didn't list that. She
doesn't have to. I would sear those chicken breasts and she said garlic bread and what else?
Macaroni noodles, garlic bread, corn on the cob, and chicken breast.
Okay. I would do like a faux boil. So instead of a seafood boil, and this is super quick, I would go ahead and like poach the chicken in like seafood and citrus seasoning, just like maybe the orange stuff. Yeah. I would do that with some butter and stuff. Go ahead and serve and put the corn in there and let it simmer and suck up all that flavor. I'd add some peppers and stuff to it just to make it amazing.
Right.
I would serve it, and she said noodles. I would stir it with the noodles. I would make the noodles and then serve the garlic bread on the side. But I would add little things that you should already have in your pantry to make that meal stretch even further. And that meal doesn't have to be out the freezer before you start. But I would poach the chicken and let the corn on the cob steep in the pot, almost like you're eating a crab boil out of one of those bags. Put the butter and stuff in there and let it just do what it does. And then go ahead and I would add some potatoes and oh my gosh.
I'm so hungry. I can't mess with you. I really can't mess with you. I would
literally do that. And the garlic bread would just be on the side so you can get that extra garlic pop when you're eating. And you're going to need something to hold you on that stomach because you really didn't have a lot of pasta or whatever. Oh, I would so do that.
I got another one for you. This is for a brunch, right?
Oh.
Brunch. So the viewer has $50 to spend on a brunch with 6 people. Well, she said 5, but maybe another person may come. What type of meal would you plan for a brunch? $50.
Oh, perfect.
And she also says she has the basics in her house, so she's good. She's stocked.
Okay, cool. So I would get some strawberries or raspberries, whichever one's your preference. But strawberries are always available, and you get them frozen or in the syrup. It doesn't matter. But fresh strawberries. I would go to Walmart or one of those stores. I just say Walmart because it's so global. So national. People know.
Everybody's got a Walmart near them.
Right. So I would go to Walmart and go over in their bakery section and get the brioche bread. I would slice it thick, not thin. They already had a sliced one, but you want the unsliced brioche bread from your market. I would get that bread. I would get 2 loaves. Now you're going to make your custard. You're going to take your eggs, your eggs, your cinnamon, your nutmeg, your cream and stuff, and you're gonna put that together for your French toast. You're gonna cut the bread in. You're gonna take a slice in there, thick slice brioche bread, because you're gonna slice your thickness.
Oh my
Stuff
God.
it with the cream cheese and the strawberries. You ready for me? Put that in there. Then I would take some and have that make your French toast. Then you would soak it, make your French toast situation. But I would stuff it with the cream cheese and the strawberries.
I see you
Then,
shaking your head, Dr. Bennett. We done brought her. I see you shaking her head. That sounds great.
oh, let me mess you up. And then I would take, since she's already stocked, she's my kind of woman. So go ahead and take you some ground turkey, plenty of cracked black pepper, grate a little apple in it. Take an apple and grate it in there. You're making your own, and some fennel seed, salt, pepper, garlic, and stuff. A little bit of onion. Make your own sausage, but you want it like pulverized pretty good. Make your own sausage, and then go ahead and do them sausage patties on top of the stove. Go ahead and make frittata or really good scrambled eggs, but you want them soft in it, and then put some, if not, because you already did the cream cheese and the strawberry French toast.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we're gonna have shrimp and grits because some people like their breakfast more savory. Their brunch more savory. But I would take that, do the turkey sausages, and I would give me a cheaper cut of steak and go ahead and slice that up and go ahead and sear that too, and then make a little sauce for that. And all these are brunch items with some and people eat that with the grits as well. So you can either eat shrimp and grits or the beef steak and grits or surf and turf grits.
Beef steak and grits are amazing. Let me tell you, that's a Carla. That was a grandma recipe right there.
Yeah, and put it, and then you can make brunch. And I love a good quiche, but I'll do some mini quiches on you in a heartbeat. Go ahead and get that roll-out pie dough if you don't want to make any. Go ahead and bake it, start bake it a little bit, and then go ahead and put your quiche in there, bake it so it's real pretty. Cover it up, start getting too brown, make the mini quiches and stack them up on your little, oh my gosh. Everything.
I love it.
I would do scrambled egg frittata or quiche, but I don't want to be in the kitchen with everybody else, and I would do sheet cake pancakes. I would not do, if you want pancakes, do sheet cake pancakes.
What is that?
Right.
So sheet cake pancakes are, you're basically taking a pancake mixture and putting it on one of those sheet pans. I have some over behind me. Put one on one of the sheet pans. And there's a recipe on Food Network. They just recently posted one, but I've been doing it for a while. And you just pour it in there, put it in the oven, and you cut them. You can put chocolate chips on some of them before you put them in. Swirl some strawberry while still just the pancake batter. Put it in the oven. You don't flip it or anything. Take it out, cut it, and stack them up. Your square pan, stack them up on the plate, and let people choose the flavor they want.
I can't stand you. When I say I can't stand you, I can't stand
I would have never thought
you have to go to her page. You have to go to her page and see the stuff that she does. Because I found her on social media and had to reply and tell her, your stuff is amazing. Your stuff is amazing.
For no reason. And I literally feed my family. How I post the pictures on my page is literally how I feed my family.
If I was your neighbor, I would be at your house. I would have a room in your house. I would have a room in your house.
My mom and them upstairs, I ain't want to say nothing. They've been down here over a month. They keep having me in the kitchen.
Yeah, look how you cook. Look how you cook.
Oh, don't forget about them green onions, y'all. They thought they got away with me with a little paste stuff. Now I'm gonna take that outer off and I'm gonna decorate this. This is gonna be fabulous, and I'll probably post it.
So wait, for the French toast stuffed, the cream cheese and strawberry stuffed French toast, how do you keep the cream and strawberries from oozing out when you fry it? Or are you baking that? Or what?
No, you can fry it. No, you'll fry it. And you want it wet, but you don't want it too wet. And you're going to keep it in the oven because I like my French toast not to be, of course, nobody wants some soggy, but you definitely want that crispy, buttery outside and that decadent custard infused bread on the inside. You definitely want that. And you're definitely going to put it in the oven and let it stay warm while you're doing the rest. It really doesn't ooze out because the bread is seriously holding it. You're just making a pocket in there. So when they cut it, you're getting all this with the syrup.
And you're frying them.
You're making them golden bread, frying them in the
you don't use a lot. You don't use a lot like a jelly donut. You're not doing that. You're just inserting.
No, I'm taking cream cheese and strawberry, maybe a little vanilla essence, whatever. Yeah, maybe a little lemon if you want to cut the sweetness and give it a little pop of acidity, because I love lemons and citrus. And just put it in there. You're making that mixture and you're stuffing it in the French toast. And if you put a little pat of goat cheese up in there, it'll add an extra tanginess. You'll never see it coming.
Wow.
Don't worry, people eat goat or not. You ain't gonna. They ain't eating the goat. They just eating a little goat cheese. You don't tell them because they gonna complain about it. Oh, I don't know. I don't have time for that. Put a pat in there, they'll never see it coming. They ain't never gonna see it coming. And then see, you need all these for like $2 for a stick like that. Yeah.
What about a beverage for a group of 4, like a cute beverage? Because remember, you trying to make your dollar holler. So this person said they
Stop
have.
playing when you get you a melon, and I already do melon infused water, and it's sweet. I put honey and stuff in it. So I go, cantaloupes and melons are cheap, y'all. Stop it. So if you want it to be green and pretty, because I've done it, I'm gonna repost it now that we talked about it. So you cut the cantaloupe, you put it in the blender. You can freeze it if you want to. You can already get it frozen, but I just put a little ice in there and fresh mint. Fresh mint, y'all. Fresh mint. If you want to add a little vodka to that, they got the big bottle at Costco for $20.99. I just bought one yesterday. So you get the vodka or tequila and you put it in there, or you can leave it alcohol free and a little seltzer water. And I promise y'all, I have seltzer water behind me. I always have it in my house.
What about the watermelon though? What about that? Walk me through that.
Watermelon wasn't making my dollar holler. I love it. The same exact thing with watermelon and a little bit of honey. The same exact thing, but honeydew is a cheaper and more economical, frugal alternative.
Right. Wow.
Yeah. But you can take that and that watermelon. It does this thing better than the melon, but the melon is green. It's like a seafoam green. It's beautiful, almost up. It's gorgeous. And the watermelon, and you put that seltzer water in there, just a splash. About that much seltzer water. The watermelon puree, so to speak.
Yeah, puree.
And that mint, and a little bit of honey. Somebody hurt you for that recipe. Somebody hurt you for it.
Oh my God.
And if you take a squeeze of lime because you fancy, because I told you I love citrus, you take a squeeze of lime because you fancy, pops every time. Works every time.
I have a ton of emails for you. People want recipes, but this is a young lady who said that she has a birthday coming up for her mom who's turning 60. She's going to have 10 people over. She wants to spend max $150. What can she do?
Oh, she want to eat. Oh, she want to eat. Okay, I can do. So it depends on. Okay, so you can definitely do surf and turf on this one. Now, if a mama likes salmon, and you already saying salmon for real, that's what we doing. But it depends on how you want to get the salmon. Now, you can do it like I do and get it from Alaska, but everybody don't have that hookup. So Go ahead, go to Walmart, go in that freezer. They already got the little slice one. They're a little skimpy. Don't get you 2 bags, 2-3 bags. Go right next door to it, get that shrimp. Now I'm gonna make a shrimp and a cream sauce with artichoke and spinach, garlic, onion, all that stuff. Just let the butter, cream, and let that Parmesan, Asiago cheese, and let it with a little bit of fresh tomato, parsley, and fresh basil. You cannot be stingy with it. Like a handful of fresh basil and dice it up. Cook that in the shrimp. Let the salmon bake with your basic seasoning: salt, pepper, your Italian crack blend or something. I had one of these. I love this one. It already has everything in it. Put a little all-purpose season, some garlic. Let it cook in the oven. Then serve it with the stuff on top of the salmon, on top of some rice, and then on the side you already have some steak with a sauce. And I do this mushroom sauce. It's mushrooms, garlic, onion, sweet peppers, and the steak. So take a slice of steak, put some of that, like I'm gonna call it a marmalade right now, that sauce, another piece of steak, and just slice up. You're not giving anybody a whole piece of steak. You're giving somebody like basically a third of a steak, but you're slicing it out and you already have. I would surf and turf that thing and then do some green beans, fresh green beans wrapped in bacon, put them in the oven. That's the appetite. And some stuffed mushrooms. And she still ain't spent $150 yet. We ain't even talking about cake, ice cream, whatever else you got going on.
What kind of cake?
Gonna be bomb. And you just do that alone, and they're gonna be impressed. Like you really just did something. You could serve it in courses, but you definitely got to top that salmon with that artichoke spinach situation and cheese and stuff situation with garlic, and you got to top it like that and let it spill over the rice and stuff. And you take the time to cup. Of course, you take time to cup the rice and stuff on the plate. Oh my gosh. Or you can do pasta. I'm game with pasta. And then I would also do some potatoes, and I would spiral them and put them on so people can have a choice, because everybody doesn't eat shrimp and fish. So I would definitely do surf and turf, but I would definitely have the meat side and the other side, but I'm not spending much on either of them. I'm buying like 4 steaks and divvying them up to everybody because I'm slicing them at their most tender and 2 different. You can have the medium doneness and medium well doneness, so people can be happy either way.
Another viewer wants to know if they could have a look again in your pantry, and are you okay with showing us your refrigerator? What's in your refrigerator?
Okay, let me see. I can show you. I'm not even tripping.
All right, I'm gonna minimize everybody else so we can look. Hold on. I'm minimizing everybody.
Okay, y'all don't judge me now. Okay. But because I didn't plan this, I just opened it. But I have some leftover, some pasta leftover, because my mom is all about making a dollar holler. So she found some pasta and stuff. So we put some cream of mushroom soup, which is a staple. We have lunch meat, bacon, phyllo dough, eggs in a bowl. I always keep my eggs in a bowl. I have some greens I told you I got yesterday, cream. I have some buttermilk in the back. I have sauces. I have the butter. I have cheese in this drawer. I always have like different cheeses and feta and different cheeses. I don't know if y'all can see that. I also have in my freezer, got some my daddy in here, Talenti ice cream, but also make ice cream. So I'm gonna show y'all more of my kitchen. Coffee. I have my frozen avocados, so I let them thaw out and then use them to make guacamole. They keep that way. I have chicken like I promised. I have sausage as promised. I have spinach as promised. Also, let me turn this light on so y'all can see better. I need to get another light real quick. See that light on so we can see a little better. So I also have my basket of like I'm gonna have to do something with this banana, and I'll definitely make a banana cake because I have 3 good bananas right there. And I put my tomatoes, onions, garlic, potatoes. I always have that. Let me see my pantry. So I'll try to get closer for you. I have oats, raisins, pasta. On the second shelf, I have sauces and different totes, peanut butters. Oh, I always have beans. I always have canned beans. I use a lot of canned beans. Pasta. I have baking supplies, spices. I have all my foil and all that stuff. You know, seasoning. Yeah, so. And then my deep freezer is pretty much a lot more of the same, except just bigger. Crab legs and stuff like that. But I always have it. Oh, I didn't. And let me show y'all. One of my plants are in the house, but some of my herbs are grown outside. But in the window, I have my basil plant. And that's what I use in the food today. So I'm always, and I'll usually have fresh, I have fresh mint and stuff outside. And I just do that, and you can get those plants. And if I'm being honest, y'all, if any of the viewers get EBT or food stamps, you don't hit somebody farmer's market. You don't look me in my face, y'all. You don't hit somebody farmer's market. Stop playing with me. Get you a starter plant. You go to one of these stores, they got a little plastic on it. You get that with EBT. And now start looking. Now, I didn't want to give y'all the ratchet answer, but I'm going to go ahead and put myself out there.
Keep it real.
I'm going to be real with y'all. Y'all know Thanksgiving coming, and y'all know people allocating them food stamps to certain people. I ain't talking about no law breaking activity. I'm just saying, if somebody have a little something they want to bless you, half off, why not? Why not? I start looking for that stuff, in October. I start making commitments in September, October for those. So I start finding people who, maybe they feel like blessing somebody. So if I can bless you and you bless me, we bless each other. So yeah, Thanksgiving. I'm already shopping for that in October with somebody who got reloaded. Ain't think about Thanksgiving yet. I already did mine.
What are you cooking?
My kids got to eat.
What are you cooking for Thanksgiving?
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I just priced some oxtails, and I already got a girl on the line who's been allocated some of that EBT to me. I'm not gonna lie to you. She just allocated. She said, "Girl, I got you." I said, "Girl, I got you." So I'm gonna go get the real. I'm gonna get them oxtails. My kids are used to that. So get the oxtails. Then I'm gonna have. Now I don't do. If I do a whole turkey, I fry it. That's pretty much the only way I'll get it. The other way I do it, which is probably what I'm doing this year, instead of frying this year, I'm gonna fry corn and shins. But I'm also gonna make turkey parts. So I do the thighs, and the legs and the wings and make me, like with the gravy and stuff, the baked turkey wings. I use the juice and go ahead and make my dressing, my homemade dressing. And I start making cornbread for dressing. Like anytime I have a little leftover and I don't know what to do with it, I wrap it up, put it in the deep freezer, take it out, put it all together with my fresh cornbread and make the dressing. We're gonna have greens. We're gonna have greens. We're gonna have bacon wrapped string beans. We're gonna have what else? Dressing, the macaroni and cheese, candy yams, sweet potato pie, all the classics.
Yeah, the
But
basic.
we also gonna have a prime rib. I always add a prime rib and a ham with it. So it's gonna be a prime rib, bones in here.
I certainly wish I could. I live next door.
To make the beans.
I want to know about that fried Cornish hen, because that sounds like a winner to me.
Let me tell you, I really need to do something with myself. But no, I soak my Cornish hens in buttermilk. Sometimes I cut them, and if you go on my Instagram or Facebook, you can find those. But I just go ahead and deep fry. I bake some too, but I deep fry and I soak them in buttermilk first and all the spices and stuff. Then bread them like you frying chicken.
Wow.
Deep fry, throw it in that fryer. You can throw it in the whole with no flour. If you just season it up like you would fried turkey and put the Cornish hen in a regular countertop fryer, whatever, it is amazing. And it's like the meat just pulls so nicely. It's like really good. And I season it up and then season my batter or whatever, stick them jokers in there. And I usually fry one for every 2 people, even because I have so much other food going on. And that doesn't eat up, because nobody's thinking about Cornish hens outside of the holidays. Anybody thinking about them? That's the perfect time to go in the store and buy it.
Right.
I will be trying that, because I like Cornish hens. I will be trying that.
You don't want to commit to all that turkey, and that's why I do parts, because most people in my house ain't gonna eat a lot of leftover turkey with all the other trappings that we have going on. And I really want the juice to make my dressing, the au jus and I boil the giblets and neck and stuff and do the dressing like that too, but I want even more. Right. And it's just that rich. And now I do have an award-winning dressing. Now I'm not gonna lie to you. I sell pans of dressing to several people every year, and mine is different than anybody else I've ever had. And it's not because, well, it is better. Not because I intentionally did that. I made it the way I would like it, because I don't like a lot of people's dressing. It is so amazing. I get at least 20, 25 orders of dressing.
Oh, wow.
From the same people. They say, girl, we want, and then they turn around and get it for Christmas too. So yeah.
What about your macaroni and cheese? Because I'm sure that's amazing. I'm sure that I've seen your pictures, so I already know. I've seen them.
Now if you want to save on your cholesterol, I'm not the house to be at on Thanksgiving with no macaroni and cheese. If you got some kind of thing going on, and you probably don't want to eat my macaroni and cheese, because it's gonna be cheesy, gooey, like it's gonna have like.
Cheeses do you use? How many cheeses do you use?
Parmesan, Asiago, extra sharp cheddar, white cheddar, smoked Gouda, a little Gruyere. So it's already, I'm up to 6. And then in the regular, and then of course some people use cream cheese. I don't really need Velveeta and stuff, but if you want to use some American cheese to give it that continuity, that's cool with me. All that works for me. You just have to make sure you pay attention to those other cheeses and ingredients. And you don't need a ton of them. You just need enough to make it. I don't do a breadcrumb topping. I'm familiar with how to do it. I don't do it, but no mine. And then the next day it's like macaroni and cheese lasagna, like you get a brick of it to put on your plate because it's the congealed and did its thing. Oh my God. And then you warm it up and it kind of soft. Oh, it's just everything. It's everything.
Look at Yolanda sitting there thinking, because she cooked too. We both cook, so.
I understand about the macaroni and cheese, because I don't add 6 or 7, but I do maybe about 4 or 5 in mine.
And that's still it, because it changes depending. But sometimes it's all about what I want.
It changes everything, especially that smoked Gouda.
What? That's so good. And if people don't let people tell you what they don't eat. What I found that I used to be a sous chef in the kitchen, girl. I'm making there. Oh, he don't eat onions, and she don't eat this.
I can't.
No ma'am. She doesn't do that. So what I do is, you get your butt out the kitchen, go entertain yourself. That's why I cook them something they like, and then I get in here and do my thing. Ain't nobody ask you, I taste smoked Gouda. No, they just know it's good.
Right.
I do not let people play with it. And also, ladies, when you do your charcuterie boards or your charcuterie boards, maybe you'll have all the stuff on them, and everybody don't eat all the different cheeses on those. Go ahead, like sometimes you have Swiss on there. People don't necessarily want it with the charcuterie board, just raw and like it is with some meat. Or some of these more Havartis and different cheeses. Those are fabulous in macaroni and cheese. You don't have to have an abundance of them, but you got your charcuterie cheese. You know, frozen. People didn't really, you eat it. Go ahead, chop that up. Go ahead, grate it with the rest of it. And then put it in the macaroni and cheese. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Wow.
And then you're not wasting a thing. And I believe in that. I'm definitely, a firm believer in using all the resources and tools you had to make something. You kind of cleaning it out in a way. So I just literally, the reason I said that is because I had some Havarti and pepper jack and some other cheeses, and I made a spinach dip. And I was like, we do this like a lot of the Italian cheeses and cream cheese. And I was like,
I can't.
And do it.
With and the Havarti? You made that spinach dip with the Havarti?
I had a few, how on the charcuterie board, when it's already sliced, you already have the pieces. I had like 5 pieces of Havarti on there. I put them in my spinach dip with the rest of the Colby Jack. And and it was so, when I tell you,
it's my favorite.
So let me tell you what I did with the Havarti. So also, I had some tomatoes. You might have seen my post with the tomato soup and the grilled cheese already.
Yeah.
So I had some tomatoes, and I love tomatoes. So I said, okay, let me make a tomato soup. And my mom harassed me about this tomato soup. She was like, you said you was going to make tomato soup. She thinking about it now. So I got all these little tomatoes I had. And I had bought some green tomatoes, but they went in and turned red on me. So I put all the tomatoes, cooked them up, and made with my fresh basil stuff, made tomato soup. So I took the Havarti cheese, buttered all that. I got some artisan bread from Kroger, the real long one. It wasn't sourdough. I'm not a real big sourdough person, but it was just regular white bread. I did a herb butter and spread it on both sides of that bread. Put that Havarti, the cheddar, provolone, and American all in the sandwich and put them in the oven. I put them on a rack in the oven, and then I flipped them halfway through so they were golden on each side. They had the perfect crunch, and then the oozy, gooey, and the Havarti was in it. Oh my gosh. It was. They didn't eat it on the food board, but they tore it up in that grilled cheese.
You're amazing. You're amazing.
Absolutely.
I'm just blessed. I just love cooking. That's why I said all those projects. I just love cooking.
And it shows the passion in your voice and how excited you get about
I just be so.
You have to see her Instagram page because you think this is something. Once you go to the Instagram page, you'll be like, this is amazing.
I'm so mad I lost my first Instagram page. I never did get that one back, but I have all those pictures still. So I've been just posting. But honestly, like I do this, how I do my soul. I've had this thing for goodness gracious. One of the Bed Bath & Beyond places going out of business finally. They had it in there marked down for $5 so they were missing a little wooden spoon. I said, I don't want the spoon. That's my salt. I just take it. So I just use my everyday kosher salt. I have a lot of other salts, and then I'm really big on pepper grinders and salt grinders. So
I like them. I like those too.
Yeah, so I'm always, and I really do use them. So I'm always having those, and people know they're like, girl, you need another pepper grinder, but I have some in the closet. So I just love them. And then just all the staples, I just believe in it. The oils, everything you need, and I just practice. And everything won't be like award winning, but if you just care about it, it'll be amazing in and of itself. You just have to care about it.
I have to bring you back on because the last time I saw you, you did a cooking demonstration and you told me to buy avocado olive oil, which I still have. Okay. And it's fantastic. So I have my regular olive oil. I have my avocado olive oil, but I need to bring you back because you need to walk us through the different types of oil.
Yes, what I have more in my closet.
That's important. When you start talking about the when you fry items, certain oils burn faster than others. Like I'm gonna bring you back on for that because there's a bunch of different olive oils to use. I don't know which is which other than the basic. I'm gonna bring you back on for that.
Yeah, because even when you make your own dressings, I make cucumber and tomato and red onion like a salad. I just keep in the fridge and everybody just kind of goes in there and gets some of it to go with their food or whatever. And I do my own little vinaigrette. You could buy the zesty Italian, but I kind of make my own vinaigrette. And I use I definitely make sure I have particular olive oil and other oils I use in that just because you're eating it raw, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? You're eating it without putting some flame to it. And so I do those and make my own little dressing and put it in the cucumber. And then when the cucumber, tomatoes and stuff, when they go low, but there's still some juice, I just cut up some more and put it in there with it until it's gone. And then the whole thing is gone. And then I start over again with garden but if y'all don't go to the farmer's market, you don't want to be great. You don't want to be great. You got to talk to the farmers. They got the produce. Once you get the produce, you save on produce. Now you save on your meat.
Mhm.
Then, spend a little coin on a bottle or something if you must.
What do you
Get your
fry your
everything.
chicken in? What do you fry your chicken in? What type of oil?
A lot of times I use peanut oil.
Mm,
Mhm.
Like if I look at my fryer right now, I have a deep fryer on my counter. It's peanut oil in it.
okay.
It just has the better, and that's when you really go out to eat a lot of places that are a fast food chain. Usually use peanut oil,
Mm,
and it doesn't necessarily. And that's definitely what I fry my turkey and my corn and shins in. Is peanut oil.
really?
Okay.
Now I'm gonna
Okay.
tell you, the fried chicken, my Detroit famous fried chicken, is Yolanda's grandmother's recipe.
Stop
Okay?
playing.
No, I'm not playing.
Don't
That's
don't
her
play. Don't
grandmother's
play.
recipe. That is her grandmother's recipe. Yes, because I stood in the kitchen and watched her cook it because I wanted some. That
Wait a
is,
minute, Carla. You're gonna have to share that one with me.
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm thinking
yeah.
like
I have it.
we need you to come
I
back on
have
and tell
it.
us about that.
I have it. I have her grandmother's famous fried chicken. When I tell you that chicken is all of that, they
And then
request that chicken is all of that. My niece even said, she called me and said, Auntie, when I see you, can you fry me some chicken and make some chicken fried rice? Because I do it from scratch. Hmm. So I will have to share that recipe.
Please,
and,
because
and
wait,
believe
I
it or
want
not,
that recipe.
I will.
That's one I miss.
Hmm.
cooking from scratch is way cheaper than buying all that packaged up
Oh,
stuff. That's the one.
absolutely. Oh,
And when I
absolutely.
would tell people when they shop to get their essentials, if you're shopping the outside of the store, like all the outside, then you're probably shopping about right. I
Right.
get more of my stuff. My cart is filled up by the time I get over to dairy and stuff because I started in produce, go around the seafood, meat, come around to dairy and the cheese and stuff. By the time I
Yeah,
do
I
that,
do the
I need
same
very
thing.
good things in the aisle. I need pasta, season, stuff like that. And I do shop at several stores. So I do. But another thing, I just got a compliment yesterday. So my mom's a baker. She's a cooker and baker too. I get it honestly from both my parents. But she does it. I make these infused cupcakes from her mother's batter that she's perfected cake batter. So I make infused cupcakes with whatever. So I do some with some peach. Well, let me tell y'all this before we stop. So I make this white. It's called Lois cake. My grandmother's middle name. Middle name's Lois. So Lois baked cake. I make that. I take a piece of it out, like one of those tips. I use a little Crown Royal and I make a peach cobbler, then infuse it with Crown Royal, turn the fire off. Like you don't want to cook the alcohol out. Let it cool a little bit, put it in the cupcake, and then do a peachy cream cheese or something, or whatever, buttercream peach, whatever you want, icing it. Then I take a little bit of the Crown Royal in one of my pipettes, which I have in the closet. I have a lot of different styles of the pipette. Put it in the cupcake. Somebody did. They didn't do the peach cobbler one, but they did a version of my cupcakes yesterday from that recipe, and they were like, man, and they posted it and tagged me in, and I said, "Yay!" So, yeah, with the pipette and
You're
all.
crazy. You're crazy. I can't. I can't. That's
So
all I can say.
I do it with apple. I do a spice cake with some apple. You do a little apple pie filling, whatever. Ice that bad boy up. Put that pipette of apple crown in it.
Wow.
If you got the non-drinkers, go ahead and do the simply made apple cider for the people who don't drink, or the sparkling apple cider. Do that for them. I can do it non or whichever way. We just make it happen. And I just love to see people enjoy it. Come up with something in my head, wake up, I write it in this book by my bed, and then I try to make it.
You have to see her Instagram page. That's all I can say. That's
I
how I
am.
met her because
So,
I said, whoever's doing this, whoever's cooking is amazing.
Yes, Chef Jess 72. No underscore or spaces. Chef Jess 72.
Okay.
Amazing. And
And then
I was commenting under the pictures how I wish I lived next door. That's what I was telling her. I wish I lived next door because your stuff is amazing.
and if they just want, I know they didn't ask to see again, but I'm just gonna show y'all up close. Look at that. It's just tomato shrimp. It's creamy. I don't know if you can hear. It's so creamy and stuff. And all that, I didn't. It just. Yeah, I just keep that stuff. Heavy cream. I have buttermilk in my fridge. I never have to really go to the store that much, and I make a mental note on my weekly runs. That's just a staple for me is to have buttermilk. You don't know if you're making pancakes. You don't know if you're making biscuits. You don't know if you're soaking some chicken. You don't know if you're doing some wings. You don't know what you're doing. So I just
What
keep
is
buttermilk.
the deal, Jess, with folks soaking their chicken in buttermilk? Why
Oh, it's
buttermilk? Because
right.
I don't soak in buttermilk.
To soak chicken in buttermilk and some seasoning is to get closer with the Lord. It's to get closer with the Lord. It's just it tenderizes the meat. Now, people like us who really know how to cook and really know what they're doing, Girl, you amazing. Some people do the buttermilk and you look at them like you just wasting time. You ain't even no salt, pepper, no essence. You didn't do that, change the game. Soak it in buttermilk, something. Get some wing flakes. Get some wing flakes. You want some fried wings one day. Get just the wing flakes. I love thighs though. But do that and I just soak them. And I really get boneless, skinless because I don't really eat skin like that for real. I'm really good at cooking it. I just don't always rip it off. I don't care where I go, I rip the skin off. So you really got to.
How long do you let it soak for?
Oh, I usually let mine overnight. If I'm thinking about it, I just let it soak overnight. When I tell you that chicken is tender, I have never got anything but rave reviews. I can tell when I don't soak in the buttermilk first.
And you're not seasoning the buttermilk. You're just.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, you are.
I take that chicken, wash it, put it together. You good, Mom? My mama coming downstairs. She's so funny. They were giving me time for my podcast. So no, you soak. I clean kitchen. You know how in a bowl or whatever, season the chicken, put it in the buttermilk. It's gonna season the buttermilk because you just seasoned that chicken. So you put the chicken in there. It's gonna color the buttermilk. You gonna know you seasoned it because it's gonna get colored. I cover it with some saran wrap, put it in the fridge, and then when I've left it up to 2 days before, but you can do it like a few hours before. But I always do a day at least. Mama, does the buttermilk make a difference on the chicken?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
No, that's right, because your mama a cooker. Your mama a cooker too.
Yeah, my mama is a cooker, y'all. My mama is a cooker.
Hi, Mom.
Hi.
It's my girl. This who taught it. This who got it started. This who got the party started.
We need to sit down and speak to Mama, okay?
Mama is everything. Mama is everything.
And then y'all making me write a cookbook.
Yes, we're making her write a cookbook right now. And my mama's monkey bread, you'll slap the hell out of somebody.
Does your mother make cha-cha? Does she make that?
That's one thing I'm going to learn.
She said her grandmother, my great grandmother used to make it, but she doesn't make it because she's gonna learn that though.
Yeah,
but
My grandmother and them used to make that cha-cha.
she got a cousin that can tell her though. But mama's lit. So
I want some too.
if y'all want to laugh, my mama just did a voiceover in an animation that my daughter does. So
Really?
write it down. Yes, write diamond,
Okay.
like a diamond ring.
Uh-huh.
The letter N,
Uh-huh.
Dre, DRE.com. Diamondanddre.com. And also write this down because I want you to go on IG and look for it too.
Okay.
Sanaa, like Sanaa Lathan, SANAA
Uh-huh.
dot production, PROD, like production. Sanaa Productions. Go on IG and look for her. She's also another name on Instagram. I mean, on not Instagram, Lord, on TikTok. You want to laugh at a sister doing things, and she got my mama out here doing voiceovers on her animation. She designs, writes the script.
Yeah, that's what you told me the other day.
It's so funny. This animation, and then my daughter does skits. The girl's crazy. She's wild. Y'all gotta go see her. So she got my mama doing. So if you hear the grandma voice in the animation, that's my mom.
Oh my God.
And she is funny. My daughter just did a 3-minute short on a Ratchet Black wedding. And then, well, it wasn't that. It ended up being, you got to see it. It's 3 minutes long. I posted on my Facebook in my stories, but you have to go check her out.
I'm going to check her out.
And I cook for all her premieres and events. So, yeah, we do everything from taco bars with 3-4 different meats and proteins to, I did sack lunches with fettuccine Alfredo and rolls and stuff. And I did them in these cute bags and sack lunches. We've had, I did jerk chicken, lollipop, chicken drums, and greens and stuff. Yeah, we always do something crazy. So I love that. And you can always, and another cheat meal is if you take the time to do Caribbean flavors or faux jerk, something like you can put it in the oven. That's not a true jerk, but it'll taste good enough, right? Mm-hmm. Like jerk, you get on the grill. Put that in the oven with the spices, and you ain't doing nothing but what's a head of cabbage and some carrots and some onion and garlic. You saute that. Put some rice on the side. That's a meal. And you can do that with any part of the chicken. Some jerk chicken in the oven, that's a meal. So, and that's a meal like you did something.
Let me tell you, I could sit and listen to you go over recipes all day. I'm telling you, because you're amazing. But we're we gotta go. We gotta go. We'll definitely bring you. We'll definitely bring you back. I just appreciate you taking time out of your evening and tell your mom I said hi. Mom, have a good evening.
She said thank you.
All right, Mom. We appreciate it.
I love y'all. Be good. Be good.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So, Dr. Bennett, this is the end of the 2-day conference.
Yes, it is.
Oh, but I forgot. Do you have time? Because I still have the questions for you.
If you have a few more questions, I'll answer them before we leave.
All right. Okay. So we were talking about the resume and the question that the part that we stopped at. How many pages is your resume?
Oh, well, let me just say that's what we were talking about. Remember, I said
Yeah.
first of all, clean up the old stuff. For a resume, I would say for a professional resume, you don't want it to be over. If it's a resume, you don't want it to be over 2 pages. For someone who's been working for a long time, we know that you have a lot of experience, so you don't want it to be over 2 pages. You're not going to have a 1 page resume. That's for someone who is entry level or just
Yeah,
starting
entry
out.
level.
We're going to have a 2 page resume, and it shouldn't be longer than that. Now, if you are in the world of education, you have a curriculum vitae. Our curriculum vitae spans longer than 2 pages.
Wow.
If you've been working for a long time, my curriculum vitae I think is 3 pages, 3 or 4 pages, and I don't have anything. Believe it or not, you the way you categorize a curriculum vitae is your history of work. Unlike your resume is just some of the experiences that you've had for 10 years and under. But a curriculum vitae is your span of your entire career. So you are going to have things on there that maybe you did over 10 years ago. And you're going to also have like any kind of publications, any kind of training. And it should be categorized based on, here's my education, here are my teaching, here's my administration, and blah, blah, blah. So that's a little different. A curriculum vitae is completely different than your resume, but a resume should not be more than 2 pages.
Several viewers want to know, what is your availability? Are you setting up appointments? Do you do one-on-ones? And how will they be able to reach you for that? Mhm.
That's a blessing in itself. I think I just do this because I just do it from my heart. This is just what I do. I never thought about setting up appointments, but God moves differently than I do. So they can
Just
reach
for
out to me.
consultation, essentially,
Mm,
from what I've kind of reviewed in the emails that I've gotten today, and even from our last seminar, folks are interested in speaking with you, entry level. You know what? I don't know. Some of the
right.
remarks were, just a general, almost like a life coach is you, if you will, around the education process because
Okay.
you are a doctor in that field.
Hmm.
There was someone who was struggling trying to get a GED. Now
Oh.
you're in Chicago, right? And so I
Hmm.
believe they were in New Jersey. I don't remember. Um, it would be a
But
little
I mean,
different.
the process of a GED is still pretty much similar statewide. And if you're in New Jersey, I think you have is that the CUNY
Yeah,
system?
yeah,
CUNY?
yeah.
Okay.
Mhm,
Some of the best community colleges under the CUNY
mhm,
system. I
mhm.
actually used a lot of their models in my dissertation. So I would strongly suggest
But
that.
that's what folks are interested in speaking to you about. I
Yes.
mean, obviously
Yeah.
you're in a different state, but point one, what do I do? Two, three, four, five,
Right.
at least, five bullet points on next steps around their educational roadmap to success.
Right.
And
Well,
so
they can email me, Carla. My email is out there. They can email me at Bennett, Bennett 6684 at yahoo.com.
do you have any availability this month or are you booked up? Because
This,
I'm not sure what your availability is, but
right. Are we talking about doing email or are we talking about maybe having a video conference or,
like
I'm
a
sorry,
video conference, like a
like
video
a
conference.
virtual conference?
Well,
Yes,
it
this
depends on
month.
what availability you had. Yeah.
Yeah, this month is really hectic for me because I do have, and I forgot to mention, I am a member of a sorority and we have our conference at the end of this month. So, yes, I am. Yeah, this month is really kind of crazy for me. But definitely the beginning of August and throughout the month of August, I should be okay.
So folks can start to send you that information and you can kind of pencil in your days for next
Yes.
month. Okay,
Yes.
excellent. Um, I think that's about it. Dr. Bennett, appreciate you. I know it's been a lengthy day, and Sister
It's been
Jeff,
a long day, but I've been sitting here chilling. I'm supposed to be cleaning my house. My Detroit family is coming this week.
your mother's coming also?
My mother and father, my
Oh
sisters,
my
my niece, my
God.
son is coming tomorrow night. So I've seen my husband walk back and forth in the kitchen. He keeps peeking in. So,
Because a pot isn't on a stove, right? Okay.
girl,
So what are you
girl,
cooking? What are you cooking?
you
Well,
know
I know
what?
your
I was
mother can
sitting here
burn though. Your mother can
after
burn.
talking to Chef Jess. I feel like I need to get in there and do something. So it's like, I don't know. You know what? We are empty nesters, and we will both start off saying, "Okay, we're gonna cook this. We're gonna pull this out," and then we get to the point where it's like, "We going out, shoot."
You know that you're not gonna have your mama in that house and you not cook. Your
Oh
mama gonna,
no! Now, when the folks get here,
yeah, that's what.
yes, because my husband is a grill master,
Mhm.
so uh, that goes without saying. However, we have 2 days that they're going to be here that we are taking them out. Well, no, one day they're going out to dinner. So one day I'm taking them out to
Because you
dinner.
know
But
your
other
daddy
than
gonna
that,
want to eat. Your daddy gonna want to eat. Your daddy gonna
he,
want to eat.
but you know what? He's the one that want to go out.
Oh my God. Okay.
But I am going to, I am going to go. I am the holiday cooker in my family. I'm the holiday cooker. So, like what she was saying, what Chef Jess was talking about, like the Cornish hens and all that kind of stuff. See, that's me. I smoke my turkey. I don't bake a turkey. I smoke my
Mhm.
turkey. We always have prime rib.
Mhm.
I have a ham. I do a chipotle ham. So I am a holiday cooker. So
Mhm.
I love being big and extravagant for the holidays. I am the day-to-day stuff, we're gonna have some pasta, we'll throw some steaks on the grill,
And keep it
little stuff
pushing.
like that. But yeah, but holidays, they belong to me.
What day is your mom coming? What day is your mother and father coming? Because I'm gonna
They're
call you.
coming in on Thursday,
All
and
right,
they're
I'm gonna
staying
call you
Thursday to
Thursday.
Tuesday.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
they're
call you
staying Thursday
Thursday.
to Tuesday.
I'm gonna call you Thursday so I can speak to them.
Yeah, or either, get on Zoom, you know.
We need to do one of these so I can see them. I haven't seen your mother in such a long time, your father in such a long time. I'll
Yeah.
set up something. I'll send you a link so that I can
Right.
see.
Yeah, they will be here. They're excited about coming because it's my grandbaby's birthday is on Thursday.
Uh,
So
your
yeah.
mama gonna be cooking. But anyway, love you, girl.
All right. Have a good one.
All right, I'm gonna send you a link so I can speak to your mama and your daddy. Family, thank you so much for joining us. This is day 2 of the Women's Empowerment Conference. Had a fantastic day. I am Oh my God, Chef Jeff is amazing. I am going to end our conference and I'm going to fry some chicken. Okay. Now, listen, I was in Jamaica and my husband, everything he ate, I ate because he can really eat. I was up at 8 o'clock in the morning having pina coladas. I don't always have rum in my pina coladas, but I love pineapple. I love coconut. I have gained weight. And so I should really be eating cardboard and drinking water. Okay. However, I'm going to fry me some chicken, but don't tell nobody. Bye. Love you.